Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Ranking systems. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Ranking systems. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Ranking systems. My novel have 3. Martial ranks. Monster ranks. Magic ranks. The metal and colors belong to the martial ranks. The highest of the human martial ranking is the Saint. Copper equals beginners/amateurs. Bronze equals Class E. Silver equals Class D. Gold equals Class C. Platinum equals Class B. Mithril equals Class A. Adamantium equals Centennial Beast. Black equals Millennial Beast. Saint equals Myriad Beast. Calamity equals Demigod. The ranks of monsters are classified in classes. Example is Class A. Above Class A are called Centennial, Millennial, Myriad, and Calamity. Take note that this auxiliary chapter is newly posted, so there might be cases when you will see other monster classifications like Grade A or Rank of Monsters. Magic ranks. Magic ranks are simple enough. The power rankings of magicians are called circles. The lowest is the first circle, while the highest is the 10th circle. Each circle has 10 stages. Only after the magician has managed to break through to the 10th stage would they advance to a higher circle. Talent grades determine how many circles a person can unlock in his lifetime. The lowest talent grade, E, allows a magician to reach up to the peak of the first circle. Unless they find a way to raise their grade, they wouldn't be able to advance to the second circle for the rest of their lives. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Grade D talent allows the magician to break through up to the second circle. Grade C talent allows them to break through to the third circle. Grade B talent is a little different because it allows them to break through up to the 5th circle. Grade A gives them a chance to break through the 7th circle, while S allows them to reach up to the 9th circle. As for perfect grade talent, allows them to break through to the 10th circle. Talent grades. There are also talent grades for a person's overall constitution. These things are only mentioned here in passing, but I will still post it here to help you get a clearer idea of what it is. Talent grades are E, D, C, B, A, S, and perfect grade. E common. D, low talent. C, passable talent. B, good talent. A very good. S, genius level. Perfect, prodigy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. adult, adventure, anime, comedy, drama, Eastern, ecchi, fanfiction, fantasy, game, gender bender, girls love, harem, hentai, historical, horror, isekai, josei, LGBT+, literature, magic, magical realism, martial arts, mature, mecha, military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 1. I'm going ahead first. Don't miss me too much. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 1. I'm going ahead first. Don't miss me too much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 1. I'm going ahead first. Don't miss me too much. To the destined person who is lucky enough to find my letter, 752,648,000 heartbeats. That is the number of times my heart pulsed inside my body before I gave it away. I, who had lived a painful, yet happy, life, had many regrets, and among those regrets was to die a virgin. Ahem. Don't look at me with those eyes filled with ridicule and contempt, for I am sure that you, yes you, the one reading this right now, is the same. Both of us are virgins. What? You're not a virgin? In that case, then F***CKU. How dare you read this? Don't you know the feelings of us pitiful, good-looking, and drop-dead gorgeous boys, like me, who have never even had the chance to date a girl? Do you not know our pain, our suffering, our endless days stuck inside the bathroom doing one-hand calisthenics? TSK, you uncultured swine. What happened to the saying, brothers before hoes? Shame on you, bro. Shame on you. You scum, who don't understand the importance of brotherhood. I hope your PP won't ever raise its head ever again. Let's see if you stay popular then. Where was I? Oh yeah, I died as a virgin. However, before I died, I got my first and last kiss from a beautiful lady who was known as the #1 beauty in the whole academy. Man, her lips were so soft that I felt like I was in cloud 9. If only the boys in the school could see that moment, I bet that they would have bitten their handkerchiefs in envy. I'm sure that all of her admirers would have joined hands in order to kill me. Joke's on them, because by the time someone has found this letter, I will have long been dead. Ha ha ha. I leave this world with many regrets, but there was one thing I don't regret, and that was giving my heart to her. Even though she had only been my girlfriend for a few hours, those hours were the happiest hours of my life. I pray that she will live her life to the fullest, not only for herself, but also for my sake. To you, who is currently reading this letter, I wish you a blessed day. I don't know who you are, where you're from, or what you're going through. However, let me just tell you one thing. Live your life to the fullest and live without regrets. For there are many like me who won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise once we close our eyes tonight. I never cared about the world before, but when I saw the last sunset of my life, I realized that I had missed many beautiful opportunities. Don't be like me. Don't waste your life. Treasure every moment as if it was your last. And before I end this letter, allow me to give you my final advice. Always bring tissues with you wherever you go. William, the boy who died so that others may live. P.S. In the small chance that you are the one who found this letter, please ignore the first and second half of what you have read. I was just joking. Don't take my words seriously. If fate wills it, then our paths will definitely cross again. I wish that, the next time we meet, we will be able to finish our unfinished business. I promise that when that time comes, I will never let you go. Well then, I'm going ahead first. Don't miss me too much, okay? Also, you're not allowed to follow me right away, because if you do, I will be really sad. Take care of my little brothers and sisters in the orphanage for me. See you later, Belle. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. A single tear fell, followed by another. Soon, the handwritten letter was drenched in tears. Belle's vision blurred as the tears in her eyes fell like rain. William, I'm sorry. Belle held the letter close to her chest. I'm sorry. As the sun disappeared from the horizon and the first stars appeared in the sky, only the strong beating of William's heart within her chest accompanied her until she no longer had tears to shed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 2. Temple of 10,000 Gods. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 2. Temple of 10,000 Gods. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 2. Temple of 10,000 Gods. When William opened his eyes, he found himself lying on top of a small golden cloud that was flying in the sky. At first, he thought that he was still dreaming, but the memories of how Belle collapsed in front of him came flooding in. Along with the flood of memories, a realization dawned upon him. That's right, I'm already dead, William muttered. He unconsciously placed his hand over his chest to feel his heartbeat, but he felt and heard nothing. After heaving a sigh, the boy sat cross-legged on top of the cloud as if it was the most natural thing to do in the world. After doing so, memories of his life flashed before his eyes. William saw happy memories, sad memories, and memories that he didn't want to see ever again. At the end of his reminiscing, the image of a beautiful girl with long black hair made him bite his lip in frustration. Truth be told, he was very worried about her. Did the operation succeed? Did the doctors make it in time? Will the hospital director keep his promise? Many questions popped inside his head. However, he knew that there was nothing more that he could do to affect the outcome of the events that had transpired. The reason? He was already dead. There was no use worrying about things that were beyond his control. I hope you're safe, Belle, William said as he raised his head. A golden portal was shining in front of him, and he knew that his journey had come to an end. He had never believed in God before, for God never did anything for him when he was alive. He also didn't believe in heaven and hell. The only thing he believed in was reincarnation. Perhaps he was influenced by the countless novels that he had read while staying at the hospital. His only hobby was to read stories about cultivation, kingdom building, slice of life, transmigration, historical romance, and many other themes. If there really is a God, then he'd better prepare himself to get hit by my fist. William narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the golden portal that was getting larger every second. If I find out that he also took Belle, I will beat him up until even his mama doesn't recognize him anymore." Those were the last words William said before the cloud entered the golden portal. What he saw on the other side of the portal blew him away. It reminded him of the time his class went to the planetarium for their science field trip. "Just what in the world?" William asked absent-mindedly as he stared at the vastness of space. Countless stars, planets, and galaxies could be seen in the distance. Before the teenage boy could even process everything that he was seeing, the cloud sped up and headed towards a giant planet that looked very similar to Earth. Surprisingly, several other golden clouds appeared beside William as the cloud made its way towards the planet. A procession of golden clouds numbering in the millions formed in less than a minute. Each of them was also carrying a person, each varying in age. Some were old, some were young, and some were incredibly young. Children not older than 3 years old looked back at William with a curious gaze, while sucking on their thumbs. William felt an ache in his chest as he looked at the young children with a sad expression. They reminded him of his little brothers and sisters back at the orphanage. As they drew nearer the planet, a surprising change happened to the procession of golden clouds. The clouds carrying the old people broke free from the formation and headed towards the eastern side of the planet. The clouds carrying the children who were below the age of 5 flew towards the south. It didn't take long for William to realize that they were being segregated by some unknown power who seemed to be manipulating the order of the clouds. The cloud that William was riding on didn't change direction and continued to go straight towards the center of the planet. A few other people were in the same group as him, but they numbered less than 100. As the clouds they were riding on descended from the sky, a magnificent temple appeared before their eyes. An old man, with long white hair and beard, stood in front of the entrance and looked at them with a smile on his face. "Greetings to each and every one of you," the old man said with a kind and soothing voice. "I know that all of you have a lot of questions. Although I don't have the answers to all of them, I will be more than happy to answer those that I know. Is there any of you who would like to ask a question?" "Me." A skinny young man who seemed to be in his early 20s raised his hand. "Go on," the old man replied. "Are you God?" the skinny man asked. "No," the old man answered. "I am just one of their many helpers." "Their helpers? You mean there is more than one God?" a pretty lady asked. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b/in.co/m. "Oh yes," the old man smiled. "Some of them are old and some are new. By the way, the name of this temple is the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Although I say 10,000 gods, the exact number of gods that reside within is unknown." The old man paused before continuing his explanation. "It has been eons since this temple was named, and many gods have been born during the passing of time. Of course, it is also true that many gods had perished as well." William and the others fell silent as they digested the old man's words. Even so, being as young as they were, their curiosity got the better of them. "Why so many?" a handsome boy with blonde hair and blue eyes asked. "Isn't there only one true God?" "Good question." The old man nodded his head in appreciation. "You came from Earth, correct?" "Yes," the handsome boy replied. "Let's say that on Earth, there is one true God," the old man smiled. "Then, what about other worlds? If each world had one true God, then wouldn't that mean that there are countless true gods in the various worlds within this universe?" The handsome boy widened his eyes in realization. He understood what the old man was talking about and no longer asked any questions. The old man made a gesture towards the temple of 10,000 gods and continued his explanation. "You see, a god is born out of people's beliefs. With this logic, it also means that a new god is born every now and then. The stronger the belief, the stronger the god will be. After the passing of time, many gods were born and many gods were lost. The moment a god is forgotten is the moment these gods will cease to exist. In short, instead of going directly into the cycle of reincarnation, all of you will be given a chance to choose a patron god before you journey towards your next life," the old man added. "Wait, I know this." The nerdy boy adjusted his glasses as he prepared to voice out his guess. "If we go according to what I have read in light novels, these gods will give us cheap powers, powerful artifacts, divine weapons, and other blessings that will give us an edge on our next life, correct?" "Something like that," The old man replied as he played with his long beard. Each god has their own specialty and most of them give their followers the same items or ability. I knew it. The nerdy boy pumped up his fist with excitement. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at the gate behind the old man with anticipation. Since we don't have much time left, I will just cut to the chase, the old man announced. All of you are here because the gods looked upon all of you favorably. Perhaps you did something in your life that deserved their recognition. The old man paused for a brief moment to allow the meaning of his words sink in. Well, if there are no more questions, let's go in. The old man waved his hand, and the gate of the temple opened. Let me welcome you once again to the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 3. Finding a patron god. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 3. Finding a patron god. Previous chapter. Chapter 3. Finding a patron god. Come one. Come all. Step right up and don't be shy. I never believed in love at first sight, but that was before I saw you. I hope you know CPR, because you just took my breath away. If being sexy was a crime, you'd be guilty as charged. I was wondering if you were an artist because you were so good at drawing me in. William looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. After entering the gates of the temple, he found himself on what seemed to be a bazaar. Beautiful and handsome merchants wearing unique dresses were calling out to the people that had entered the temple with him. William's comrades were immediately drawn in by the flattery of these men and women. The boy was amazed because these merchants were able to say the cheesiest pickup lines without breaking a sweat. Aside from William's group, there were other people who were wandering around the different stalls as if they were window shopping. William was amused because some of these merchants were even fighting with each other to draw these customers, to check out the things that they had to offer. While he was still trying to understand what was happening around him, a chubby man wearing an elegant robe walked up to him with a smile. "Good day, young friend," the chubby man greeted. "Are you interested in becoming the strongest man in the world?" William looked behind him. Seeing that no one was there, he looked back at the chubby man and pointed to himself. "Are you talking to me?" William inquired.
Yes.
The chubby man nodded in affirmation. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gavin and I am the god of all trades. If you are looking for the most amazing patron god in this temple, then that's me." Suddenly, an apple hit the back of Gavin's head which made him cry out loud in pain. "You bastard! How dare you lie in front of the children?" A beautiful woman wearing a tree hat filled with small apples roared in anger. How dare you call yourself the most amazing patron god in this temple? Boy, forget that lame man. Come here and choose me as your patron god." The woman made a come over here gesture, and William found his body floating towards her stall. He did his best to take control of his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even move his fingers. In the end, he resigned himself to his fate and drifted towards the stall of the goddess. "My name is Lulu and I am the apple goddess." Lulu patted William's shoulder with a grin. "Have you ever heard of the famous saying about apples? An apple a day keeps the doctor away?" William answered with uncertainty. "You are only half right." Lulu grinned. "Hey Lulu, I saw him first. Don't snatch my boy." Gavin charged towards Lulu's stall with a determined expression. The gods inside the temple were all competitors. Every time a batch of chosen ones appeared, all of them would do their best to make them their followers before they reincarnated into their next life. "Go away," Lulu screamed, unbefitting of her beauty. She then took one of the little apples on her hat and threw it at Gavin. The little apple grew in size mid-flight until it became as big as a basketball. It hit Gavin squarely in his chest, which sent him flying 100 meters away from her stall. "You see that, William?" Lulu smirked. "An apple a day keeps everyone away, if you throw it hard enough." "All right," William answered while slowly backing away from the apple goddess. "Ah, don't be like that." Lulu went out of her stall and grabbed William's hand. "Why don't we get to know each other first? You know, if you make me your patron god, you will receive a lot of benefits." What kind of benefits?" "For example, I can give you the power to grow apple trees anywhere, whether it be a desert, a frozen tundra, underwater, or any place you want to grow an apple. Heck, you can even grow it in your body." That sounds environmentally friendly," William stuttered. "I know, right?" Lulu smirked. "Now, just sign this contract and we're good to go." Lulu produced a contract and a pen out of thin air. She even personally handed the pen to William, shaking hands, and urged him to sign the contract. William wasn't willing to sign the contract, but the vice grip on his shoulders were preventing him from running away. Fortunately, Gavin returned and pried Lulu's arm away from William. "Oi, play by the rules." Gavin stood in between William and Lulu. "You can't force anyone to sign a contract." "Che, I was so close." "You bastard," Lulu muttered under her breath. Gavin stood beside William and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm around, no one can force you to sign a contract. Since you just arrived, allow me to be your tour guide." Gavin then gave Lulu the "you have a problem with that?" look, which made the apple goddess glare at him. Lulu snorted and returned to her stall, but before doing so, she called out to William and told him that he could always come back to her if he didn't find a god that suited him. Gavin walked side by side with William as they toured the bazaar. He answered William's questions and even corrected some of the boys' misconceptions about gods. "There are 3 types of gods," Gavin explained as they walked. "The primordial gods, the personification gods, and the new generation gods. The primordial gods consist of the gods that were born when the multiverse was created. You might know them as the god of fire, god of water, earth, wind, lightning, etc. The personification gods are gods born out of emotions and professions. God of fear, god of lust, god of vanity, and god of pride are examples of gods born from emotions. The god of war, the god of blacksmith, god of hunters, god of music, god of art, are gods born out of professions." Gavin paused before continuing his explanation. "As for the new generation gods, these are the gods who were just recently born and have very unique traits." "Unique traits?" William asked. "We'll be seeing one of these new generation gods soon," Gavin replied. "Do you see that long line of people over there? They are lining up to sign the contract of that new generation god, duh." Seeing William's curiosity, Gavin gave a wry smile and took the boy to see the goddess that was manning the stall. A little girl who seemed no older than 12 years old was shaking hands with a teenage boy with a big smile on her face. Her pink hair, red eyes, and cute lips made her look extremely adorable. "Big brother, I love you." The little goddess kissed the boy's cheek. "Now, please sign your name over here." The boy happily signed the contract while the people standing in line were shouting slogans like, Flat as Justice, and Lolita No Touch. William froze as he looked at the little girl and Gavin. He had a hunch on who the goddess was, but he was not 100% sure. As if reading his thoughts, Gavin nodded his head. This stall belongs to the lowly goddess, Lily. Lowly goddess? Yes. She is a new generation goddess that was born from the beliefs of people with unique taste. William, don't tell me. You are one of these people with unique tastes? Of course not. William denied with every fiber of his being. As if sensing that they were talking about her, Lily looked at William and Gavin. The cute lowly smiled and waved at William. I'm a simple man, William thought as he waved back. I see a cutie waving at me. I wave back. Gavin smirked and took out reading glasses from his storage dimension. Don't be deceived by what you see, Gavin whispered. Wear this. What is this? William asked. This is a divine artifact called the Glasses of Truth, Gavin explained. It can see through any disguise and illusions. William gave Gavin a skeptical look before wearing the glasses. He then looked at the cute girl waving at him and froze in shock. The cute lowly was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a midget with a wrinkled face and big nose was staring back at him. The midget smiled and William could see the 3 teeth that were sticking out of her gums. 1 tooth on the top and 2 on the bottom. The lowly granny winked and blew William a flying kiss. A pink heart with wings materialized out of thin air and flew towards the young boy. Out of reflex, William swatted the flying heart, sending it towards the floor. Determined to finish its mission, the pink heart dusted itself as it slowly stood up from the floor. It then attempted to flap its wings to fly. Unfortunately, William didn't give it a chance to make a comeback. He stepped on it and ground it to pieces. After making sure that the heart was utterly destroyed, he ran away as if the devil was right behind his back. New STRIs at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Gavin chuckled as he followed the panicked boy who was running for his life. In his eyes, William was a very interesting person. If possible, he wanted him to become his follower. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 4. William's choice. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 4. William's choice. Next chapter. Chapter 4. William's choice. After running away from the stall of the lowly goddess, William toured the other stalls of Temple of the Gods. After spending 3 days inside the temple, the boy finally decided on the patron god he would follow. Welcome. A beautiful girl with cat ears shook William's hand. You made the right decision in coming here. Our god is the best. I know. William blushed as he looked at the god who was standing in front of the stall. A handsome man, with a noble bearing, noticed William's stare and nodded in the boy's direction. Gavin, the god of all trades, was standing by his side. William didn't choose him to become his patron god. Although he had an unresigned expression on his face, he still respected William's decision and decided to stay with him until he signed his contract. Many beautiful women were handing out contracts to the people who had lined up in front of their stall. According to William's estimate, there had to be at least over 500 men lining up to this particular stall. What's so special about this stall, you ask? Naturally, it was because of the god that managed this stall. He was none other than the harem god, and many men, both young and old, were more than happy to worship him and become his followers. I still don't get it, Gavin said. Are all of your brains located on your lower half? Everyone who was in the queue glared at Gavin in disdain. William, on the other hand, averted his gaze. He had died a virgin. It was one of the things that he had regretted in his past life. If possible, he would like to make up for this shortcoming. This was the main reason why he chose the harem god as his patron god. It might sound selfish and shameful, but to those who weren't able to live a life worth living, it was a temptation that was too hard to pass up. Gavin knew how William died. Every god inside the temple had that ability. He was very impressed with the boy because he was able to make that kind of sacrifice in order to save someone's life. Not many people could do that. Perhaps this was the reason why the gods gave William another chance to live a better life. An hour passed, and it was finally William's turn to sign his contract. Brother, I am honored that you chose me as your patron god, the harem god said with a sincere smile on his face. He took a glimpse at William's past and saw the sacrifice that he had made for his little brothers and sisters in the orphanage. He also admired how resolute he was when he gave his heart to save his lover. This made the harem god look at William favorably. William, aside from the blessing that you will receive from me as your patron god, I will also give you a piece of my divinity, the harem god stated in a firm manner. From this moment onward, I hereby acknowledge you as my little brother. Big bro. William threw his shame down the gutter and shamelessly hugged the harem god. Gavin clicked his tongue when he saw this scene, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was to watch as his most favored candidate was snatched away from him. All right, first things first. Let's sign the contract. Okay. The harem god waved his hand to summon a contract, but nothing happened. The harem god frowned. He waved his hand for the second time, but no contract appeared in his hand. Can you give me a minute? The harem god asked in an awkward manner. I'll just contact customer service and ask what's going on. William nodded his head with a smile. He wasn't worried because these kinds of things happen all the time when he was still alive on Earth. Perhaps the machine that was printing the contract ran out of ink or something. At least, that was what William thought at that time. Hello? This is the harem god. I called because I ran out of contracts. Can you please send me more? The harem god explained the situation at hand. Is that so? The harem god frowned. Can't you do something about it? Just one more contract will do. I will not ask for more. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Sorry, sir, you have reached your maximum number of followers, the customer service representative replied. Even if you asked for one more contract, it cannot be done. The divine system will not allow anyone to violate this rule. Just give it up, sir. The harem god sighed as he ended the call. He looked at William with unwillingness. Such a good brother, and he wasn't able to give him the happiness he deserved. Gavin noticed the change in the harem god's expression and immediately thought of something. Could it be? Gavin thought. He didn't dare voice out his thoughts out loud in the case that he was mistaken. Even so, he was willing to grasp this thin strand of hope that had appeared in front of his eyes. Brother, I'm very sorry. The harem god bowed his head. I had reached the maximum number of followers. I cannot add more even if I wanted to. Gavin almost did a fist pump as he heard the harem god's explanation. I knew it. William was heartbroken by the news. It was like lining up to buy the limited edition game that he wanted to play so badly. Then, when it was his turn to purchase it, the staff would tell him that they had run out of stock. Don't worry, brother. The harem god patted William's shoulder. Even if you don't sign my contract, I will still give you my divinity. Huh. Gavin looked at the harem god as if he was seeing a weird creature. Granting someone a divinity was different from signing a contract. A contract only gives you the regular blessing of a god. A divinity, on the other hand, would grant you special privileges that would be at least 10 times better than a regular contract. The two couldn't even compare by a long shot. Hey, are you sure you are going to give William a piece of your divinity? Gavin asked. It's not against the rules. The harem god was adamant. This is my brother, my sworn brother. I cannot do him wrong. You lucky son of a… Gavin patted William's shoulder. This is good news for you, William. William was unaware of how important the divinity of a god was. The only thing he had learned from the conversation was that he had somehow gained something better than a contract. The harem god gave William a chess piece. The boy looked at it and found it familiar. The king, William muttered. Is this your divinity, big brother?
Yes.
The harem god nodded his head. Place it inside your soul, little brother. That way, no one will be able to steal it from you. Also, from now on, feel free to call me Brother Issei. William obediently did as he was told and placed the king over his chest. The chess piece glowed and entered William's body. He felt that his soul became stronger, but he still couldn't understand what kind of ability he would gain from the divinity that was given to him. All right, since I reached my quota, I'll follow you until you choose your patron god. The harem god patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, no one would dare to scam you and force you to become their follower. Thank you, Brother Issei. No need to thank me. This is the least that I can do for you, William. William had just finished nodding his head when he heard a familiar voice shouting behind him. There you are, big brother. The lowly goddess, Lily, jumped to his embrace like a cannonball. Everything happened so quickly that William didn't have enough time to dodge the lowly's attack. Lily held William's body in a vice grip as she pressed her little head on his chest. Big brother, I really like you, the lowly goddess said. Why don't you become my follower? I am willing to give you many benefits. All you need to do is give me a kiss. F***. William screamed internally. I'd rather kiss a frog than kiss you. His body spasmed uncontrollably as every fiber of his being tried to break free from the lowly granny's hold. The little lowly was unaware that William had already seen through her disguise. Lily continued to do her best to act cute and seduce William to become her follower. Gavin smirked as he watched this scene unfold. Another chance had presented itself in front of him, and he would be stupid if he didn't use this to his advantage. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 5. Signing of contract. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 5. Signing of contract. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 5. Signing of contract. Big brother, please become my follower, Lily said with upturned eyes. William was sure that if he hadn't managed to see the lowly goddess' true form, then he might have readily agreed to her pleading. Sorry, but I'm not interested. William looked around in desperation. He looked at his brother Issei for help, but the latter only nodded his head with a smile. The lowly goddess is also a good choice, brother, Issei commented. A few of my lovers are lowless. Not only are they cute and adorable, they are also very loyal as well. Lily gave William a big grin. Big brother, come, choose me as your patron god. I promise that you won't regret it. Remember, jail is just another room. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing that his sworn brother was in cahoots with the lowly granny, William's gaze shifted to the one god that had never left his side since the day he stepped inside the temple. Gavin, please help me, William pleaded. Why should I help you? Lily is a good goddess. Gavin smirked. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Right, the two of us are a match made in heaven. Lily happily nodded her head in agreement. William could feel that his body was slowly turning numb. Maybe it was due to his body's reaction to the lowly goddess, or perhaps it was due to the divine essence that was being released by Lily at close proximity. Out of desperation, William used a trump card that would ensure his safety. Gavin, if you help me, then I promise to become your follower, William roared. Lily was taken aback by William's decision. This was the first time this happened to her. The majority of the people that had entered the temple would always agree to sign a contract with her the moment she acted cute and clingy. It never crossed her mind that because of her actions, she forced William into a dead end. You heard him, Lily. Gavin stepped forward and pried the little lowly away from William's stiff body. Che, Lily pouted. After being freed from the lowly granny's hold, William was finally able to relax. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself before looking at Gavin with grateful eyes. Give me the contract, William said. I will sign it. Gavin didn't do anything and simply looked at William with a serious expression. He really wanted to give the boy his contract, but he didn't want to force him either. The god of all trades knew that he played dirty in order to get William's promise, and he felt very guilty. What's the rush? Gavin cleared his throat. It would be best if we talk about this while having good food. Sounds like a great idea. Issei nodded his head in agreement. He felt that something was amiss, but he decided to just follow the flow for now. I'm coming too. Lily didn't want to be left out, so she decided to follow them. Gavin took William and the two tag-along gods to the most popular restaurant inside the temple. This restaurant was personally managed by the god of cooking. William's tongue almost melted when he took his first bite. Delicious. William was in awe and devoured the food on his plate with gusto. Although he was already dead, the food made him recall the time when he went to sleep while feeling hungry. The orphanage didn't have many funds, and the food was limited. He would often share his meal with his little brother and sisters so that they wouldn't feel too hungry. The three gods caught a glimpse of his sad memory and ordered more foods to be brought to their table. They looked at the boy with pitiful eyes and decided to let him eat a lifetime worth of delicious food. After the meal ended, William patted his swollen belly in contentment. That was the best, William said as he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Do you want more? Gavin asked. We could always order more. Thank you, but I'm already full. All right, if you say so. New estirise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. William glanced around the restaurant. Most of the customers were gods. He deemed that most of the chosen ones had already chosen their patron gods and entered their cycle of reincarnation. Gavin, can you please tell me the duties of a follower? William scratched his cheek sheepishly. I don't really get this stuff. Is there something that I must do in exchange for your blessing? Before that, let me tell you more about me. Gavin decided to come clean. He wanted William to choose him by his own free will, and not because he was forced to do it. After my explanation, you can decide whether you want to choose me to become your patron god or not. William was surprised by Gavin's demeanor. In the end, he decided to nod his head and listen to the god's explanation. Seeing that William was giving him his full attention, Gavin started his explanation. As you may already know, my slogan is Jack of all trades, master of none. Just like your good brother, Issei, the moment you sign my contract, then you will receive my blessing. My blessing works like this. You will have a 20% increase in the experience that you will gain when you increase the level of your job class. Job class? Just like in games? William asked. He had played RPGs before, and he was quite familiar with the leveling concept. The boy had also read plenty of novels in regards to cultivation and virtual games, so it was easy for him to understand Gavin's explanation. Yes, that is the first benefit of becoming my follower. Gavin nodded his head in confirmation. The second benefit is that you will get an extra skill point whenever your job class levels up. Isn't that amazing? It is indeed amazing. However, I have one question, and that is, will your blessing apply to the world I am going to live in? I doubt that your blessing will be useful if I was reincarnated on Earth. After all, there are no monsters on Earth. You can't gain experience from killing monsters. Who said you only gain experience when killing monsters? Gavin asked back with a knowing smile. You don't have to kill monsters? William asked back. You don't need to kill monsters in order to gain experience to upgrade your job class. Remember this, William. Every world has its laws. I believe you Earthlings have a saying when in Rome, do what Romans do. The same can be said to other worlds. When you live in that world, you do the things that people do in that world, understand? Yes. Good. Gavin continued his explanation. The third benefit is this. Once you unlock 10 jobs, you will be able to merge them all together. For example, you can be a knight, a priest, a sorcerer, a druid, a dragon warrior, etc., etc. That sounds too good to be true. What is the catch? William was not naive. If everyone could have this overpowered ability, then Gavin wouldn't be this desperate to make him his follower. Gavin gave a wry smile as he decided to be honest with William. The thing is, most people can only have 1 to 3 professions in their lifetime. Achieving 10 professions or more is only possible for long-lived creatures like the elves. So basically, if I'm not born an elf, then I'm fged? Not exactly. Only the ability to merge the job classes into one will remain unreachable for you. The rest of the benefits remain. Oh, that's good news then. William felt relieved because the blessings that Gavin mentioned were not a bad deal. All right, where do I sign? Are you sure that you really wanted to become my follower? There are better gods out there, you know, Gavin replied. It's fine. I trust you. William looked at Gavin seriously. I believe that you are telling me the truth. Gavin felt the stone in his heart drop. He waved his hand and a contract appeared out of thin air. He then handed it to William along with a pen. The god of all trades did his best to prevent his hands from shaking. In truth, aside from William, he only had one last follower. A god with no followers would cease to exist. This was why he was quite desperate to recruit William under his wing. In the end, his honesty towards the boy made the latter choose him as his patron god. After signing the contract, William felt a strong connection between him and Gavin. It was a very warm feeling, and it made him feel safe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 6. I'm going to fking dismantle you. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 6. I'm going to fking dismantle you. Previous chapter. Chapter 6. I'm going to fking dismantle you. So, this is what it feels like when you sign a contract with a god, William muttered. I'm really jealous, big brother. You should have made me your patron god instead, Lily pouted. The little loli grabbed William's hand and looked up at him with little puppy eyes. William ignored Lily and looked at Gavin in a new light. Is it over? Is it time for me to reincarnate? Not just yet. I'm going to give this to you as well, Gavin said with a smile. Issei and Lily showed a surprised expression, but it quickly disappeared from their faces. Both of them had recognized what Gavin's gift was, and it made them nod their heads in appreciation. What is this? William asked. He eyed the object that Gavin had given him. Its width and length were only 2 centimeters at most. Somehow, it looked very familiar. The boy was sure that he had seen this object back on Earth. I believe it is called a CPU core back on Earth, Gavin explained. This is my final gift to you. I pray that it serves you well in your next life. Thank you, William replied. He was very grateful because he could tell that Gavin gave him something very precious. Although he didn't know what the CPU core was capable of, he had a feeling that it would play an important role in his rebirth. My turn. Lily raised her hand and handed William a lollipop. Big brother, this is a gift from Lily. Please, don't refuse. Hey, Lily, what do you think you're doing? Gavin glared at the little loli. William is now my follower. Stop making your moves on him. I know that he is your follower, but so what? Lily snorted. I'm not breaking any rules. Lily is right. Issei, who was watching from the side, grinned. She is not breaking any rules. Little brother, you should gratefully accept Lily's gift. It's not every day that she takes a liking to someone who is not her follower. All right. William gratefully accepted Lily's lollipop, which made the smile on the loli's face widen. Fortunately, he was not wearing the glasses of truth. If he was, he might have already backed away in fright. Gavin sighed, but didn't pursue the matter. Thank you, Lily. Why thank me? I gave it to Big Brother because I like him. Lily snorted. I didn't do it for you. Don't get the wrong idea, Baka. The CPU core and the lollipop floated in the air and shot towards William's chest. A surge of divine energy permeated his soul, and it made him feel lightheaded. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. After 10 minutes, William finally regained his composure. He once again thanked Gavin, Issei, and Lily for the gifts they had given him. After finishing their meal, they took William to the cycle of reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation was a place where countless portals, linked to different worlds, hovered in the starry sky. The colorful portals themselves looked like stars, and William felt fear and excitement at the same time. I think William should go to that golden portal over there, Issei proposed. Golden portals are good, but I don't want Big Brother to live his life like a pig, Lily interjected. The silver portal will be perfect for him because it will give him room for growth. Can you tell me more about the portals? William asked. Since it was related to his rebirth, he wanted to know more about the differences between the different portals. No, the 3 gods replied firmly. We are not allowed to divulge any information relating to the portals. William may not be very smart, but he understood that Issei and Lily had already given him some hints on what portals were the best. Gavin stood by his side and waited for him to choose a world where he would be born. While he was pondering his decision, the golden portal in front of him glowed. An old man, wearing white robes and carrying a wooden staff, appeared before him. Gavin? Issei? Lily? The old man was surprised to see his acquaintances in the cycle of reincarnation. Are all of you here to wait for my return? Sorry, but I didn't bring any souvenirs with me. As if, old man. Lily raised her small fist. We're here to send off William and not to welcome your return. Che, the old man looked slightly disappointed. However, his expression changed when he looked at William. Oh, this is pretty interesting. Huh. Marvelous. The old man moved closer and eyed William up and down. For a soul to receive so many divinymph. Gavin and Issei covered the old man's mouth and dragged him away. Lily, on the other hand, engaged William in idle chatter. The three gods had unanimously agreed that William should remain clueless for the time being. Old man, you better not say anything. Issei glared. This is a secret. If the other gods found out about this, there is going to be a riot. Shut your trap, old man, Gavin pleaded. This is my last chance to get a follower. Don't make me beat you up. Fine, you little brats. The old man agreed, but a mischievous smile appeared on his face. However, let me join as well. This looks fun. Besides, that boy seemed tailor-made to become my disciple. Huh. Wait, old man. Are you for real? You plan to make William your disciple? Why not? It's not against the rules, right? Besides, this is also beneficial for you, Gavin. Gavin frowned. Old man, the boy's soul couldn't accept any more divinities. Having 3 is already pushing it to the limit. Don't worry, I won't give him any divinities, the old man said. I'll give him something different. After the 3 came to an understanding, they returned to where William and Lily were waiting for them. Hello, William. The old man greeted the boy with a brilliant smile. My name is David and I am a friend of these 3 gods. Hello, Sir David. William bowed his head. Have you already chosen the portal you plan to enter? David asked. Yes. William replied with determination. I will go to that silver portal over there. William pointed at a silver portal that was dispersing rainbow lights from its center. That world? Not bad. It's a very good choice. David nodded his head in agreement. Well, since the 2 of us met, then it must be fate. Let me give you a souvenir before you leave this place. David handed William the wooden staff that he was holding. Take this with you. But Gramps, this is your walking stick, right? William stared at David with confusion. Relax, I have more where that came from. David waved his hand casually. A wooden stick, similar to the one William was holding, appeared in David's hand. Take that as a memento of our meeting. David patted the boy's shoulder. Now, off you go. William's body floated in the air and flew towards the portal. However, he stopped midway and looked back to the 4 gods who had made his stay in the Temple of the Gods memorable. Thank you, everyone. William bowed respectfully. I'll do my best in my next life. William, before you go, please listen carefully, Gavin said. As you set off on your new journey, remember that the journey itself has meaning. The sunrise, the sunset, and the beauty of the world around you. Embrace them all and live your life to the fullest. Thank you. I will. William waved his hand one last time and faced the portal in front of him. Suddenly, a truck emerged from the portal right next to the silver portal that William was planning to enter. With a loud crash, the truck hit William and sent him spiraling towards a red portal in the distance. In a span of a few seconds, William's soul entered the portal, leaving the 4 gods frozen in place. Gavin, Issei, Lily, David, FCK. The truck finally stopped and transformed into a 10-meter-tall robot. Did I just hit someone? Truck-Cohen, I'm going to f***ing dismantle you. Gavin roared in anger. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. horror, isekai, josei, LGBT+, literature, magic, magical realism, martial arts, mature, mecha, military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 7, William Vaughn Ainsworth, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 7, William Vaughn Ainsworth. Next chapter. Chapter 7, William Vaughn Ainsworth. What's taking it so long? An elf who seemed to be in his early 30s paced back and forth outside the room. Like all elves, he was very good looking. However, that handsome face of his was masked with anxiety. Giving birth takes time, a beautiful elf replied. Stop walking around. You are making me nervous as well. I'm worried about our daughter, the handsome elf replied. What if something happens to her and the child? What should we do, Aaron? Nothing will happen. The Odin. Aaron glared at her husband in annoyance. Get a grip, will you? Just look at Morgan. See? He's pretty calm. Odin glanced at the redhead man who was leaning on the wall at the corner of the room. He had his arms crossed over his chest, and he was standing still like a statue. His eyes were closed and seemed to be resting. The handsome elf finally calmed down and sat beside his wife. Both elves held each other's hands and prayed to their gods to keep their daughter and her child safe from harm. Inside the delivery room, my lady, I can see the baby's head, the midwife said with excitement. Just a little bit more. Just one more push. The beautiful lady lying on the bed gave a guttural grunt as she obeyed the midwife's pleading. Her long blonde hair stuck to her skin, and her emerald green eyes were tinged with fatigue. She had been in labor for more than 3 hours and was already feeling very weak. Only her unwavering determination to see her child kept her sanity from losing control. After much hardship, the baby was finally born to the world. The midwife held the newborn baby in her hands. She checked its gender and was about to congratulate her lady for giving birth to a boy when she noticed that something was amiss. After giving it much thought, the midwife realized that the baby didn't cry when it was born. A frown appeared on her face as she used magic to clean up the baby's body. She paid close attention to the baby's breathing and its heartbeat. For a brief moment, the midwife thought that the baby had immediately died after it was born. She had seen such cases before, and it made her very anxious. Fortunately, she noticed the newborn's chest rise, which was a clear indication that he had started breathing. However, the baby's breathing was very slow and labored. What's wrong? The beautiful lady who had just given birth asked. Did something happen to my baby? Her question brought the midwife out of her daze. She hastily presented the baby to his mother and congratulated her. Congratulations, my lady. It's a boy, the midwife said. However, the baby is very weak and I'm afraid. The beautiful lady ignored the midwife and held her newborn son close to her bosom. All the exhaustion she had felt during her labor were washed away by the happiness she was feeling at that moment. You look like a little caterpillar. The beautiful lady teased her son as a tear slid down the side of her face. She caressed the baby's cheeks softly and channeled her magic to her hands. Heal. Cure. After casting 2 consecutive spells, the baby finally moved and started to cry. The 2 elves who were waiting outside the room glanced at each other. Erin cried and buried her head on her husband's embrace. Although she kept on telling her husband that everything was going to be fine, she herself was feeling anxious. The redhead man who was leaning on the wall finally opened his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the ceiling of the room. His gray eyes were tinged with happiness and sorrow. Happiness because his brother's child had been born. Sorrow because the child would never get to see his father in this lifetime. My lady, your child is very tenacious. The midwife smiled as she looked at the child. I really thought that he wouldn't be able to make it. The beautiful lady kissed her baby and smiled. Are you saying that he has a strong will to live? Exactly. The midwife nodded her head in agreement. Will? The beautiful lady muttered. From now on, your name will be William. William von Ainsworth. The beautiful lady looked at her son lovingly. Grow big and strong, just like your father. Suddenly, the door sprang open and the two elves entered the room. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Thoden immediately checked his daughter's condition. His heart ached when he saw the exhaustion on his daughter's face. However, he could also sense happiness and pride inside her beautiful exterior. Erin went to her daughter's side and kissed her cheeks. Congratulations, Arwen. Thank you, mother, Arwen replied with a faint smile. Seeing the mother and daughter pair, the handsome elf felt left out and decided to scrutinize the baby who was nestled in his daughter's embrace. Why is this child so quiet? Thoden asked. Are human babies that weak? What are you talking about? He's not a human child. He's a half-elf, Erin corrected her husband. Father, my baby is not weak. Arwen pouted. He's strong. If not, then he wouldn't have been born in this world. Thoden frowned, but knew better than to argue with his wife and daughter. After checking their daughter and the baby, the two elves left the room in order to let the mother and child have some quality time with each other. After all, they had to part sooner or later. Arwen unbuttoned her dress and gently guided her son's lips to her breast. The baby still had his eyes closed. Clearly, he was still weak, but his natural instincts allowed him to perform the most basic thing that a newborn child should do, and that was to drink his mother's milk. Deep inside William's consciousness, words started to form. However, his soul was still damaged due to being hit by Trucoen before he entered the cycle of reincarnation. Because of this, he was unable to see the words that had appeared on his status page. Daily quest. Drink milk has been completed. Rewards, 5 EXP points. Current EXP, 5/100. Name, William von Ainsworth. Race, half-elf. Hit points, 5/5. Mana, 10/10. Job class, none. Subclass, none. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Vitality, 1. Intelligence, 2. Dexterity, 0. Skills, none. Titles, none. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read Online Free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 8. Fiefdom of Lant. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 8. Fiefdom of Launt. Previous chapter. Chapter 8. Fiefdom of Launt. Please, promise me that you will look after him, Arwen said as she held William in a loving embrace. Tears fell freely from her eyes because she couldn't bear parting with her son. However, in order to keep him safe, she had no choice but to let him go to where the humans lived. Thodin and Aaron were also feeling depressed because their first grandson was going away. If not for the responsibilities that had been passed on to their lineage, they might have done everything in their power to keep William by their side. I can't promise you that, Morgan replied in a firm manner. You know that if he stayed by my side, he would live a life filled with danger. However, don't worry. I will bring him to my hometown. My brother and his wife are already waiting for his arrival. I'm sure that they will keep him safe and happy. Arwen's lips quivered as she held on to her baby. William was still sleeping and was unaware that he would be separated from his mother. He had only been in this new world for 2 weeks and still hadn't opened his eyes in all that time. His mother had been very worried about his condition, but she had already done her best. The child's body was healthy, so that only led to one problem: the child's soul. The elves had strong spiritual powers. After doing a spiritual scan on her child, Arwen found out that her baby's soul seemed to be damaged. The only good news was that the soul would gradually recover as time passed. Arwen believed that it would only take a month or 2, at the very least, before William's soul fully recovered. Unfortunately, William missed the chance to see his beautiful mother before he was taken away. My lady, it would be dangerous to delay this any longer, Arwen's maiden protector, Sheila, reminded. The Temple of Life is doing their best to stall the Elven Council, but their search has expanded to this part of the continent as well. I'm afraid it is only a matter of time before they find us. Arwen gave William a kiss on the lips before handing him over to Morgan. She then cast a protection spell that would put her baby into a state where time stood still. Only when Morgan reached his homeland would the spell be lifted. Do you want to give him anything before I go? Morgan asked. It will take many years before the two of you see each other again. I already left him a memento, Arwen answered as her gaze landed on the necklace that she had given her son. At the center of the necklace was a black ring. It was the ring that belonged to William's deceased father and Morgan's twin brother, Maxwell. Morgan gazed at the familiar ring lying quietly on the baby's chest and nodded his head. He bid his final goodbye to Arwen and her parents before walking towards his mount. The 7-meter-tall manticore lowered its massive body and allowed Morgan to sit on its back. This creature had the body of a lion, the tail of a scorpion, and the wings of a dragon. It was a mighty beast that had accompanied Morgan in his journey to the peak of the mortal realm. After a few years, make sure to send him letters, Morgan said in encouragement. I'm sure that he would like to talk to his birth mother, even through letters. Arwen bitterly nodded her head. Even without Morgan's reminder, she would still send her son letters. She didn't want her son to think that his mother didn't care for him. The manticore flapped its wings and flew to the sky. Arwen wept as her baby slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. Somewhere on the western side of the southern continent, a manticore landed a mile away from the small fiefdom of Launt. Although Morgan could just enter the city with his mount, he decided to be more low-key in his approach. He had been exiled from the Elyon kingdom many years ago. But if he wanted to return to his homeland, no one, not even the Blood Iron King, could stop him. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lbin.co/m. The royal family, as well as the nobility, hated and feared him. In order to let his family live in peace, he decided to leave the kingdom and wander the continent. Remember, don't hunt indiscriminately. Morgan patted his manticore and gave it a stern reminder. The manticore gave a low growl of acknowledgement before it ran into the depths of the forest. Morgan shook his head helplessly as he walked on foot towards his brother's estate, located at the back of the city. No one saw him enter the city. Not the guards who were manning the gates, nor the patrols that were making their rounds. In less than half an hour, Morgan stood in front of a 3-story manor. This was the house where he and his brothers played around during their childhood. It had been almost 4 years since his last visit. You sure took your time, big brother. The main door of the manor opened and a man who was in his late 20s greeted him with a smile. It had been a while, Morgan replied with a stiff smile. Mordred. For years, Mordred snorted. You should come back home more often. Also, don't use that lame excuse that you are exiled and you can't come home to visit. Who are you kidding? Why are you boys talking outside? A beautiful woman with dark brown hair appeared behind Mordred. Morgan, nice to see you again. Come inside. I prepared your favorite dishes. You haven't changed, Anna, Morgan greeted. You're still as beautiful as ever. Enough with your sweet talk. Give me the baby. Anna happily walked towards Morgan to take a look at the baby in his arms. Anna gazed at the small child and felt her heart melting. Without waiting for Morgan's permission, she scooped the baby into her arms and planted a kiss on William's forehead. What is his name? Anna asked. William, Morgan answered. Very well. His nickname will be Will. Anna grinned. She then left the two men and went inside the house. The two brothers sighed and followed behind her. Although Mordred was the Baronet of Launt, the one calling the shots at home was none other than Anna. When they entered the house, they could hear Anna talking to someone. Ella, this is Will. Isn't he cute? Mia, you think so too, right? Me. You see, he has been on a long journey. Can you give him some of your milk? Me. Morgan tilted his head as he saw Anna coaxing a goat to breastfeed William. The goat was only a meter tall and had a very fluffy coat. The 12-inch horns on its head had a reddish hue which made it look more refined. The goat stood still as Anna guided the baby's lips to drink some of its milk. The journey had been long, and if not for Arwen's spell, William might have starved along the way. Unknown to the sleeping William, his status page was once again updated as the goat's milk entered his system. Daily quest. Drink milk has been completed. Rewards, 5 EXP points. Current EXP, 75/100. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 9. Escape. I must escape. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 9. Escape. I must escape. Chapter 9. Escape. I must escape. A month passed since William arrived in Launt. Morgan had only stayed for a week before leaving the Elyon kingdom. Anna sat on a chair while knitting clothes for her eldest son, Matthew. William was lying on a thick carpet beside her, accompanied by the Angorian goat, Ella. I'm glad that William is a well-behaved child, Anna thought as she glanced at the baby who was currently drinking Ella's milk. Little did she know that this well-behaved child was busy planning for his future. 5 days after William arrived in Launt, the small baby finally gained enough experience points to level up. This trigger prompted William's soul to have a complete recovery and allowed him to regain consciousness. At first, William was confused. For a brief moment after waking up, he thought that he was born as a goat. He almost panicked and cried out. Fortunately, his mouth was firmly sucking the goat's udders, which prevented him from making a scene. It didn't take long before he calmed down and started to observe his surroundings. After a few days, he was finally able to get a gist of the current situation and put his mind at ease. Daily quest. Drink milk has been completed. Rewards: 5 EXP points. Current EXP: 125/200. After having his fill, William softly patted his mama Ella to tell her that he was done drinking her milk. Aya, Mama, thank you. Mia, Aya, can we go outside? The goat lightly shook its head and licked William's forehead. Seeing that it was impossible to convince his mama to take a stroll outside the house, William just focused on the things that he could do, and that was to check his status page. Aya. Status. Name: William Von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Hit points: 5/5. Mana: 10/10. Job class: none. Subclass: none. Strength: 0. Agility: 0. Vitality: 1. Intelligence: 2. Dexterity: 0. Skills: none. Titles: none. Available stat points: 6. Available skill points: 0. I wonder how I can get a job class? William thought. Still, according to the light novels I read, magicians are treated in high regard. Should I go for the magician route and put all my stats to int? Suddenly, William remembered another story that he had read while he was still alive. If I choose to become a magician, then I might be called a genius, William mused. I can't let that happen. Geniuses are treated as stepping stones by the protagonists. I need to remain low-key and surprise them when they least expect it. This is the common template for successful reincarnators and transmigrators. After careful thought, William decided to hold his stat points for now and just use them in the future. He believed that as long as he played his cards right, he would be a winner in life. A year passed as William lived the life of a baby. Although his life revolved around sleeping, pooping, talking to his mama Ella, and drinking milk, the boy who had only lived for 18 years in his past life was looking forward to a bright future. Visit in Velben. CM for EU levels. In that 1 year of drinking milk, William had gained 4 levels. Name: William Von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Hit points: 10/10. Mana: 15/15. Job class: none. Subclass: none. Strength: 0. Agility: 0 +1. Vitality: 1 +1. Intelligence: 2 +1. Dexterity: 0. Skills: none. Titles: none. Available stat points: 12. Available skill points: 0. Current EXP: 184/1366. I gained a few stat points for free as my body grows older. William burped. Perhaps this is also one of Gavin's blessings. Still, I wish I could find a way to get more experience points and get a job class. The day passed like every other day inside the Ainsworth Manor. After dinner, Anna carried William to their bedroom. Ella followed behind her. The moment William entered the Ainsworth household, Ella treated him like her own child. You can even say that she was William's second mother in this world. Wherever William went, the Angorian goat followed. The couple made a comfortable place for Ella and William at the corner of the room. The baby and his mama goat laid on top of thick and comfortable carpets. Ella liked to keep William close to her, and not even Anna and Mordred could take William away from her without her permission. Around midnight, William suddenly woke up from his slumber. He could feel something warm on his chest, so he decided to investigate. His small hands picked up the source of that warm feeling and looked at it closely. The black ring hanging on his necklace glowed in the darkness. What's going on? William thought as he observed the glowing ring in his hand. The ring is getting warmer. Suddenly, William was almost blinded by a brilliant flash of light that came from the ring. When the light faded, the baby William found himself in an unfamiliar place. The air smelt damp, and it made him feel uncomfortable. William crawled on all fours and scanned his surroundings. The ground was coarse and stone walls lined both sides. On the ceiling hung small stalactites, which made him realize that he was no longer inside his Uncle Mordred's and Aunt Anna's bedroom. William was a half-elf, which gave him dark vision. Even in the dark, he would be able to see things clearly. What the hell? William's body shivered as he saw three creatures slowly approaching him from the front. They had dark green skin and uttering guttural sounds that were hard to decipher. The three creatures were a meter tall and wearing only rags on their lower half. Even so, William didn't need to be a language expert to know what they were and what they were thinking. Goblins. William wanted to run away, but he was just a year-old baby that just learned how to crawl. Escape. I must escape. He tried to move his body, but he was frozen in place due to fear. Crush Shaka. Shakarakta. Zydo. The three goblins rushed towards William while waving the clubs in their hands. What? Yeah. William cried out loud. And no. Stay away. Mama. The goblins struck down on the crying child with their clubs without a shred of mercy. This was not the first time that they had seen a human child. In their eyes, this little creature was only good as food for their young. Mia. An Angorian goat charged at the three goblins in fury. Its red horns glistened in a reddish hue and pierced the chest of one of the goblins. It then delivered a kick to the other goblin, sending it slamming towards the wall. Unfortunately, the third goblin reacted in time and evaded. It then performed a counterattack and slammed its wooden club at the Angorian goat's back. Mia. Ella bleated in pain, and the goblin took that opportunity to rain down more blows on its body. The goblin that was pierced to the chest by Ella's horn was still alive, and it propped itself up while holding its chest. The other goblin, who was slammed on the wall, joined its comrade in bashing the goat in a mad frenzy. Blood spilled out of Ella's mouth as the club hit the side of her face. You are Ewa, Mama, William cried. He could only watch helplessly as the three goblins bashed his mama to death with their clubs. After taking too many beatings, Ella finally dropped down on the ground. Mia. The goat called out to William as if telling him to run away. You are Awea, Mama. William saw his mama Ella's fur stained in blood. The side of her face was also bloody, and two of her legs seemed to be broken. The Angorian goat struggled to get up, but the goblin kicked it out of anger. While the two goblins took turns in kicking the fallen goat, the third goblin, who had been pierced in the chest by Ella's horn, had approached William during the commotion. It didn't take long before the crying William saw the goblin by his side. Craw! The goblin screamed and struck down. He wanted to kill the human baby so badly in order to vent out the anger it was feeling. William could only watch as the wooden club descended upon him. A cry of pain followed the strike, and the ground was stained in fresh blood as the wooden weapon hit its target with a vengeance. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 10. Time to fight back. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 10. Time to fight back. Next chapter. Chapter 10. Time to fight back. Guarawa. The goblin was sent flying a few meters away from William's location. The blood on its chest gushed forth and stained the ground in a greenish hue. 2 more shrieks filled with pain followed suit. The 2 goblins who had been bashing the Angorian goat were also sent flying a few meters away from the fallen beast. All 3 goblins lost consciousness, which made the surroundings very quiet. William snapped out of his daze and hurriedly crawled towards his mama Ella. He didn't even glance at the floating wooden staff in the air that saved his and his mama's life. Aya, mama, mama. William hugged Ella's bloody head and cried. Mia. Ella bleated. Blood was spilling at the side of her face and her eyes. Sensing that William was beside her, she licked the baby's cheeks before lowering her head to the ground. The Angorian goat had received severe injuries and was on the verge of dying. William kept on crying while holding onto Ella's bloody head. He didn't care that his clothes were stained with blood. The goat's coat had blood all over, and he could feel that her life was slowly ebbing away. Uaya, mama, don't leave me. Uwa. As William cried, he felt something softly tapping his cheeks. As he turned his head, he saw the wooden staff floating by his side. Go away. Uwa. William swatted the wooden staff. Due to the event that just transpired and the strong smell of blood that permeated the air, the baby William was not able to think properly. This was the first time he experienced such a brutal event in his 2 lives, and it made his brain lose reason. As his hand touched the handle of the wooden staff, a small ringing sound resounded inside his head. The sound brought with it a calming effect which allowed him to regain some clarity of mind. Although he was still somewhat deranged from fear and sorrow, he was able to read the row of words that appeared in front of him. Would you like to acquire the shepherd job class? Yes/no. The baby looked blankly at the glowing words in front of him. It took a few seconds before the words registered inside William's head. I choose yes. Congratulations. Host has acquired the shepherd job class. Host has learned skill. Way of the shepherd. Host has learned skill. Bestow. Host has learned skill. First aid. William's attention locked on the newly acquired skill, first aid. He didn't waste any time and immediately read the skill's information. First aid. 5 mana points. Heals 20 hit points. Only work for creatures that belong to the herd. This skill cannot be upgraded. This is it. William knew that this skill was the thing he needed. He then glanced at his mama Ella and was surprised to see the goat's status window. Name, Ella. Race, Angorian goat. Hit points, 5/100. Mana, 20/20. Strength, 2. Agility, 3. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 2. Dexterity, 2. Skills, Horn Attack, Stomp. Titles, none. Available stat points, 0. Available skill points, 0. Current EXP, 0/100. Seeing that his mama Ella was indeed in a near-death condition, William touched the Angorian goat's head and said the skill out loud. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to take things lightly. Aya, first aid. Aya, first aid. Aya, first aid. Aya, first aid. William repeatedly cast the skill until he felt his body grew heavy. He was also feeling a slight headache due to mana depletion. The goat's blood-stained coat was restored to its silky and fluffy appearance. Her broken legs snapped back in place, and Ella's bloody face returned to normal. The goat immediately stood up and licked William's face. The wet and warm tongue that he had grown accustomed to brought joy to the baby, who had almost fallen into despair a few minutes ago. Aya, mama. Mia. William hugged the goat's neck, while the latter closed her eyes in comfort. The two stayed like this for a full minute, before the peace was broken by the 2 goblins who had regained consciousness. Mia. Ella stood in front of William. The Angorian goat pawed the ground, as if preparing to attack the moment the goblins came within her strike range. William grimaced because he forgot that the battle was still far from over. He quickly looked at his status to check if any of the skills he had learned could turn the tide in their favor. Way of the Shepherd. Passive skill. Increase the stats of all creatures in the herd by 20%. This is good, but not good enough, William thought as he looked at the other skill he had learned. Bestow. 10 mana points. Bestows plus 10 to all stat points. Only work for creatures that belong to the herd. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration, 2 hours. William looked at his status and found out that he no longer had any mana points. After he acquired the Shepherd job class, his stats had improved greatly compared to last time. The lack of mana, though, made him feel uneasy. I have 12 available stat points, William thought. I'll put them all in intelligence and act as Mama Ella's support. Name: William Von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Hit points: 20/20. Mana: 260/280. Job class: Shepherd. Subclass: None. Strength: 0. Agility: 0, +1. Vitality: 1, +1. Intelligence: 14, +1. Dexterity: 0. Skills: Way of the Shepherd. Passive. Bestow. First Aid. Titles: None. Available stat points: 0. Available skill points: 0. Current EXP: 184/1366. Time to fight back. William placed his hand on the Angorian goat's coat and used his skill. Aya. Bestow. Ella's body glowed and grew larger. Normally, her height was only a meter tall. However, after receiving William's bestowment, she became 1.5 meters tall, and the horns on her head glowed bloody red. Although it still looked like a docile and harmless goat, its physical prowess had grown exponentially. Mia. Ella bleated and charged towards the two goblins. Aside from gaining additional strength, it also became more intelligent. It knew that in order to protect William, it must take the initiative and deal with the two goblins as soon as possible. The goblins bellowed and charged at the goat with their wooden clubs held high. They were not afraid of human livestock. Since they had already defeated it once, they could easily defeat it again. When the two sides were only a few meters apart, Ella stomped hard on the ground and increased her speed. She caught the two goblins by surprise, which led to one of them to their immediate demise. Ella's horn glowed as it pierced the goblin's chest. This time, the horns penetrated the goblin's skin and tore towards the heart like a hot knife through butter. The goblin was only able to voice out a guttural death cry before it fell dead on the ground. Gained EXP points: 60. After killing the first goblin, the Angorian goat pressed both of its front hooves firmly on the ground as it used its hind legs to deliver a powerful kick aimed towards the second goblin's head. A cracking sound echoed in the cave as Ella's hooves shattered the goblin's skull. The second goblin shrieked in pain before falling down. The Angorian goat then raised its hooves and stomped on the goblin's face with bloodshot eyes. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Gained EXP points: 60. This was the goblin who had struck her body repeatedly, and Ella was hell-bent to smash its face to a pulp. After 2 hate-filled stomps, the goblin's face caved in, almost turning into meat paste. Ella grunted before turning her attention to the last goblin that had attempted to hit William with a wooden club. Although she hated the goblin who had beaten her up until she was near death, her hate for the goblin who tried to kill William had reached the extreme. The Angorian goat trotted towards the goblin. Ella knew that it was only playing dead, so that it would be left alone. Unfortunately, it had touched her reverse scale. William and Ella had no intention of keeping the bastard alive. As if sensing that death was at hand, the goblin sprang to its feet and ran away in fear. It didn't care about the blood that was gushing out of its chest. The goblin knew that staying would only lead to its death. William watched the goblin while his hand moved to the space in front of him. After killing the two goblins, the Angorian goat had increased its job level. Since Ella was registered as part of William's herd, he had the ability to distribute her stat and skill points. One of the skills that had been unlocked after Ella gained a level was an attack skill called Quick Attack. It allowed the creature to increase its speed exponentially to deliver a blow to its enemy. William didn't hesitate and chose the skill. He didn't want to let the goblin escape because it might call for reinforcements. Aya, mama, use quick attack. The Angorian goat stomped on the ground and charged towards the fleeing goblin like an arrow in flight. A miserable shriek echoed inside the cave as Ella's bloody horns pierced through its back, impaling its heart. Gained EXP points, 60. After making sure that the goblin was indeed dead, Ella returned to William's side and licked his cheeks. Not long after, the goblins turned into particles of light and disappeared. William was very happy that he was able to survive such a dangerous ordeal. He hugged his mama Ella's neck as the adrenaline rush started to disappear from his system. Aya, let's go back. Mama. Mia. William touched the ring that was hanging on his neck. After gaining his job class, the appraisal skill was also unlocked. Because of this, he was able to learn the ring's special functions. With a brilliant flash of light, the baby and the goat disappeared from that dark and damp cave and returned to Mordred's and Anna's bedroom. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 11. Choosing a path, Part 1. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 11. Choosing a path, Part 1. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 11. Choosing a path, Part 1. After their near-death adventure, the baby and the goat immediately fell asleep. William only woke up when Anna bathed him while he was asleep. "What's wrong, little baby?" Anna pinched the baby's disgruntled chubby cheeks. "Did I interrupt your sleep?" "Aya, yes." "Aw, what a cute little boy you are." Anna cooed as she scrubbed William's body with a soap. "Don't worry, you can go back to sleep after I bathe you." Anna playfully tickled the baby's armpits. To her surprise, the baby actually giggled, which made her continue her teasing. Ella woke up due to William's giggling. However, seeing that Anna was taking care of him, the goat closed her eyes to sleep. Although William had healed her injuries, she was still exhausted after that skirmish with the goblins. After William finished bathing, Anna wrapped him in a clean cloth. She then placed him beside Ella so that he could drink her milk. The baby had long gotten used to his routine and immediately helped himself to his mama Ella's milk. Daily quest. Drink milk has been completed. Rewards, 6 EXP points. Current EXP, 365/1366. Shepherd LVL1. Job EXP, 86/200. New SDRIs at in/vel/b/i/n.co. My experience points increased by 1 point? William thought as he looked at the experience points he gained after his daily quest. This might be the effect of Gavin's blessing. If I remember correctly, he said that after gaining a job class, I will get a 20% increase in experience points. The little baby was quite happy with the gains he received from his first encounter with the goblins. However, he was still a bit scared at the thought of fighting goblins to gain more experience points. He came from a peaceful world. Although he had read many fantasy novels, experiencing it firsthand was different from reading a story. The ring that was hanging on his necklace had the ability to bring them to a dungeon. According to his appraisal, it was the Ring of Conquest. The description of the artifact stated that it allowed the user to go to a dungeon that had been recorded inside the ring. The name of the dungeon where they encountered the goblins was known as the Goblin Crypt. It had 20 floors and was considered as a Grade D dungeon. Just as the name suggests, the dungeon's inhabitants were mainly goblins. William shuddered when he remembered the gruesome creatures that had almost sent him back into the cycle of reincarnation. Let's see my skills first. Maybe I got something useful. William decided not to worry about the goblins for the time being. I gained 1 level in my job class. William was quite happy with this development and immediately opened the skill tree on his shepherd job class. There were 4 skills that were available. The first one was called Staff Mastery. Staff Mastery, passive, increases damage of any staff-related weapons by 10%. This skill is actually not bad. William used as he looked at the 3 available job points in his status screen. Let's read the other skills first before I make the final decision. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, passive, increases all stats of the herd by 1. This is a very good skill. William looked at the skill description with sparkling eyes. This would definitely help his Mama Ella increase her battle prowess. Magnum Burst, 5 mana points, deals AoE damage up to 3 square meters around the caster. Damage dealt is equivalent to Strength x2. Knockback Effect, Parry, passive, increased chances of parrying attack by 5%. Requirement, only works for staff and pole-type weapons. 1 active and 3 passive skills, William thought. Getting the Magnum Burst is ideal because it gives me an offensive skill. As for the others, they are more of a support-type skill. After careful consideration, William decided to pick Magnum Burst and Wolf in Sheep's Clothing from the list. He placed 1 skill point on the offensive skill and 2 skill points in the supportive skill. William knew that if he would challenge the dungeon again, he would be relying on his Mama Ella's help most of the time. Strengthening the support skill to help Mama Ella would ensure his safety. As for the offensive skill, it would be his last resort when things got out of hand. I need to add points to my strength when I level up. Now time to check Mama Ella's status window. Race, Angorian Goat. Hit points, 100/100. Mana, 20/20. Strength, 2. Agility, 3. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 2. Dexterity, 2. Available stat points, 2. Available skill points, 2. Current EXP, 80/200. William noticed that his Mama Ella's current EXP was the same as his. Without pondering for long, the baby immediately placed 2 stat points on Ella's agility. He deemed that the faster his Mama Ella moved, the greater her chance for dodging the enemy's attack. He didn't want to see her dying in front of him. William would definitely do everything in his power to make sure that his Mama Ella would grow strong. After placing the stat points, he immediately checked the goat's skill tree to see if there were any decent skills available. William didn't know how beasts go stronger in this world. He didn't even know if they could evolve like the ones he saw on TV when he was still back on Earth. However, when he opened Ella's skill tree, he found out that there were 2 paths that he could choose from. The first path was the strength path. If William were to choose this path, Ella would become a creature that would heavily rely on physical strength. The other was called the spirit path. This allowed creatures to form a magic core inside their body. The magic core's function was to help the creature harness the magic power in its environment. Based on William's experience, creating a hybrid would not necessarily make Ella stronger. It might even greatly weaken her in the long run. Let's go with the strength path for now, William decided. Let's just use the might over magic strategy in the early game. We can choose the spirit path when we reach the end game. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 12. Choosing a Path, Part 2. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 12. Choosing a Path, Part 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 12. Choosing a Path, Part 2. Steel armament, quick attack, and horn assault. William used while looking at the three options. Steel armament. 5 mana points. Make the creature's horn and hooves as hard as steel. This skill cannot be upgraded. Quick attack. 5 mana points. Charges at the enemy with incredible speed. The speed of this attack will depend on the agility stat x3. Horn assault. 5 mana points. Deals a powerful blow to the enemy. May cause the target to flinch. Damage is based on the strength stat x2. William picked the steel armament without a second thought. The horn and hooves were his Mama Ella's main weapons. If it were strengthened, then it would definitely improve her fighting prowess. Let's put the other point on quick attack for now. I'll get horn assault later after Mama Ella increases her level. With this, I am confident that we will be able to handle a one-on-one battle with a goblin. William had seen how Ella handled the 3 injured goblins after he cast the bestow skill on her. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he was confident that Ella wouldn't lose to a goblin if she fought it one-on-one. Even after he made all the necessary preparations, William was still uncertain if he should go back inside the dungeon. At the end of the day, he was still a 1-year-old baby with the mental age of an 18-year-old boy. For William, he could visit the dungeon when he was a bit older and ensure that both he and Ella wouldn't be in any danger. However, the temptation of becoming stronger at such a young age was too hard to resist. I guess I'll discuss this with Mama Ella first. William sighed. If she thinks that it is too dangerous, then I'll wait till I grow a few years older before we challenge the dungeon again. As if waiting for that exact moment, the sleeping goat finally woke up and licked William's face. Aya. Good morning, Mama. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Me. Aya. Mama, there's something important that I would like to talk about. Me. Aya. It's about this. While the baby and the goat were having a heart-to-heart talk, Mordred had already left the house to handle the things within their estate. Anna, on the other hand, was cooking their lunch, while the maids did the other chores inside the house. Home sweet home. A booming voice sounded from outside the house. Master, you are finally back. A maid bowed as he greeted the man who swaggered into the house with a big smile on his face. The man had gray hair and above-average looks that would make any teenage girl on earth call him Sugar Daddy. His flawless smile made the maid blush as he nodded to her with a smile. I heard that my grandson is here. the old man said. Where is he? Master, if you were talking about young Lord Matthew, he is currently in the study with his teacher. Should I call for him? I'm not talking about Matthew. I'm talking about my other grandson. The maid nodded in understanding. Little William is currently inside Lady Anna's and Sir Mordred's bedroom. All right, return to your duties. The man waved his hand and headed straight to the second floor where the resting quarters were located. Aya, what do you think, Mama? Me. While William was waiting for his Mama Ella's reply, an unknown man burst into the bedroom. Aha! There you are, you little critter! The man laughed as he grabbed William off the carpet and raised him high up in the air. You are definitely my grandson. That red hair and those green eyes of yours remind me of your father and mother. William smacked the unknown man on the face with his little chubby fist, but the latter only laughed. Ha ha ha! You are indeed a true Ainsworth. So small and yet so brave. The man nodded in appreciation. Listen to me, little brat. I am your grandpa. Grandpa, say grandpa. Aya, yeah, no, take this. A sprinkle of water splashed on the man's face. William's giggle resounded inside the bedroom as his grandpa looked at him with a complicated expression. After a few seconds, the man roared and joined the baby in his laughter. This was the scene that Anna saw when she returned to the bedroom. Their maid had informed her that her father-in-law had returned from his trip. She was mildly surprised when the old man went to look for William first, instead of looking for her husband, Mordred. Anna covered her lips and chuckled at the funny scene in front of her. Her piss-stained father-in-law was laughing with the giggling baby in his hands. Father, you've finally returned, Anna greeted after recovering her composure. Ah, Anna, I'm back. James, Mordred's and Morgan's father, replied with a smile. This brat sure is feisty. William is normally a well-behaved child. Anna grinned. This is the first time I'm seeing his mischievous side. Well, boys tend to be mischievous, James agreed. Also, Ella, stop poking me with your horns. Hey, I said stop. Ella was stomping her foot on the floor while poking James with her horns. She was very upset about how James was treating her baby. If not for the fact that the one who raised her was this man, she would have already impaled him with her horns using her full strength. Ella has been taking care of William ever since he arrived, Anna explained. I think she treats him as her own child. Father, please return William to Ella or else she might really have a go with you. Me? Oh, you. I just left for a year, and you've already forgotten how I raised you. What an ungrateful goat you are. James snorted, but a smile hung on his lips. Fine, I'll take a bath first. You look after this brat for me. James handed William to Anna and left the room while humming a tune. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Bad baby. Anna lightly pinched William's chubby cheeks. That is your grandpa. Don't pee on him. Okay? Aya, I'll think about it. Although this was the first time that William had met his grandpa, James, he found the old man to his liking. Of course, James didn't look old. In fact, he only looked like a middle-aged man that was still in his prime. William was looking forward to knowing more about his family in this life and prayed that he would be able to get along with all of them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 13, Cooked Rice, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 13, Cooked Rice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 13, Cooked Rice. So, what do you think, William? James asked. The first thing I did after seeing you was to write a letter to my old pal and ask him to make his granddaughter your fiancée. Aya, fiancée? The old man grinned as he rubbed William's chubby cheeks. She's a year older than you, James explained. Although I haven't seen her, the old bastard always bragged about his cute granddaughter. Since that is the case, making her your fiancée is definitely a good thing. Ah, she's also the daughter of a duke. It's a good opportunity for our family to climb the ranks of nobility. I didn't know my grandpa was a gold digger. The baby's expression clouded over. The old man noticed the baby's disgruntled expression and decided to coax it. What's wrong with having a beautiful girl as your fiancée? What? You're not satisfied? Don't worry, when you grow up, I'll make sure that you eat the cooked rice as soon as possible. They can't break off the engagement once a little William is inside her tummy. Aya, bastard. William wanted to slap his grandpa for even thinking of committing a crime. Although he was not reluctant to the idea of having a fiancée, arranged marriages didn't usually end well. Most of the time, it was just a tool for political gains to the nobles. James wandered around the estate carrying William. Ella walked alongside the old bastard and kept a watchful eye on the little baby. An hour later, James climbed a hill overlooking the town of Lant. William, our family had lived here for generations, James said. The life here is simple and crude, but it is very peaceful, far away from the despicable games of the nobility, yet not important enough for the king's watchful eyes. This was the first time that William had seen his grandpa act this seriously. For a brief moment he had forgotten that the old fool wanted him to tumble on the bed with his fiancée and give him a great-grandchild. Our bloodline is very scant. Aside from me, my two sons, Matthew, and you, there are no more Ainsworth in this land. We are the last of a dying breed. We don't have any living relatives? William frowned. How come? James sighed as he looked at the distance. William could see sadness and unwillingness in his grandpa's expression. Although he wanted to know why their bloodline only had a few family members, he knew that now was not the right time. A few hours passed, and the family had a dinner celebration to commemorate James' safe return from his trip. Matthew, the eldest son of his Uncle Mordred and Aunt Anna, sat beside James. William, on the other hand, was lying beside Ella and drinking her milk. His eyes were locked on the family dinner in front of him. He had never experienced this when he was still on Earth because he was an orphan. However, right now, he was wrapped in a sense of belonging. This was his family, and the soul inside the baby felt grateful for being given the opportunity to be born into this warm and caring family. Back then, if I had entered the silver portal, would I have been born into a family that is better than this? William thought. During his one-year stay at the Ainsworth residence, he found out that his real mother was in the elven continent of Silvermoon. William had no recollection of what his mother looked like. All he knew was that they were forced to separate due to his mother's circumstance. It's fine, William muttered inside his heart. I'll look for my mother when I grow older. There's no need to rush. William had already known that his father had died. He didn't know how he died, because no one in the family discussed it. Like the issue with his mother, he decided to find out more when he had reached a suitable age. After dinner, William was carried to the couple's bedroom. Ella stayed with him as usual. Aya, Mama, do you want to return to the dungeon? Me. Aya, are you not scared? Mia. Aya, you want to become stronger? The Angorian goat licked the baby's cheeks in reply. Aya, Aya. Okay, but we will return immediately if things get dangerous, okay? Mia. A few hours passed, and the couple was finally in deep sleep. William held the ring that was hanging on his necklace with both hands and activated it. A second later, he found himself at the familiar cavern. Ella stood beside him and was on full alert. Aya, bestow. Ella's body glowed, and she grew half a meter taller. Her stats had been raised by 10. However, that didn't end there. William's passive skills, Way of the Shepherd and Wolf in sheep's clothing, boosted the stats with 3 additional stat points. While William didn't know if the current Ella was strong or not, he was sure that she could handle a one-on-one battle with a goblin. Name, Ella. Race, Angorian goat. Hit points, 425/425. Mana, 150/150. Strength, 2, plus 13. Agility, 6, plus 13. Vitality, 4, plus 13. Intelligence, 2, plus 13. Dexterity, 2, plus 13. Aya, Aya, Mama, remember our agreement. We will only fight up to 2 goblins at a time, okay? Mia. The Angorian goat laid down on the ground. William crawled on Ella's back in order to mount her. For some reason, the moment he sat on the goat's back, he felt that he wouldn't be dismounted even if Ella ran at full speed. It was as if the two of them had merged into a single entity. It was a strange feeling, but he didn't dislike it. Aya, let's go, Mama. Mia. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. The baby and goat pair snuck into the depths of the goblin crypt. William's heart beat wildly inside his chest. Although he was afraid, he was also looking forward to the possibility of becoming one of those protagonists that he had read about in the novels back on Earth. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 14. Cheat codes. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 14. Cheat codes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 14. Cheat codes. 15 minutes after they arrived in the dungeon, William and Ella found their first target. It was a lone goblin that was currently making a weird dance over a bonfire. For safety reasons, William dismounted Ella's back so the goat could fight without worrying about his safety. Aya, Mama Ella, use steel armament. The goat took a fighting stance, and her horns and hooves glittered for a brief moment. The steel armament skill had a duration of an hour. It was a very useful skill that ensured that Ella's primary weapons would be as hard as steel. Aya, use quick attack. Mia. William watched as Ella's image blurred from where she stood. The next second, the goblin that was dancing on the bonfire leaked out a shriek as its body flew a few meters away due to the impact. Find EU chapters on nve/lbi.com. Ella immediately used its hooves to stomp at the goblin's face repeatedly. William half covered his eyes at the brutal scene in front of him. He only stopped covering his eyes when he heard the ringing sound of a notification. Gained EXP points, 60. Current EXP, 424/1366. Job EXP, Shepherd level 1 140/200. Ella returned triumphantly by his side. The goat licked the baby's cheeks to assure him that she was all right. Aya, good job, Mama. Me. After taking care of 2 more goblins, Ella gained another level. Since Ella and William's skill level is the same, both of them gained a level together. Current EXP, 544/1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job EXP, 60/461. William went to Ella's stat page and unlocked the skill Horn Assault. Since there was an extra skill point, he decided to place it on Horn Assault as well. As for the 2 stat points, he decided to place all of them in Ella's agility. His battle plan for Ella was simple. He wanted her to be as nimble as possible for both attack and retreat. Since he had the Bestow skill and the wolf's in sheep's clothing, he didn't need to worry about adding more points to strength for the time being. William's job level had also increased, so he had 3 available stat points in hand. To be honest, he was really thankful for getting the 1 free extra skill point due to Gavin's blessing. He didn't think twice and pooled all of his skill points to Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, giving a massive boost to Ella's stat points. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing 4/10. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 4. Strength 2 +17. Agility 8 +17. Vitality 4 +17. Intelligence 2 +17. Dexterity 2 +17. With each extra stat and skill point in hand, William's confidence also grew. He had seen how Ella fought against the goblin, and it took her 4 attacks to kill it. The body of the goblin turned into particles of light and disappeared from the dungeon. No dropped loots. William stared at the space where the goblin died. Even the blood had also disappeared, as if it was sucked up by the floor of the dungeon. The 2 continued hunting for goblins. Half an hour passed, and they still hadn't encountered any other goblins aside from the 1 goblin they had fought earlier. I wish this dungeon had a map, William thought. It's hard to explore Blindolum. The moment William thought of a map, a floor layout appeared in front of him. 70% of the map was still shrouded in darkness. Only the places they had explored earlier were visible. The saying, "Ask and you shall receive," is true, William exclaimed as he looked at the map in front of him. Are there other features that I can use aside from the navigation system? Can I use cheat codes? Aya, greed is good 999999. William looked around waiting expectantly for gold coins to appear in front of him. However, nothing happened. The baby curled his lip in disdain. William had the never surrender expression on his face as he shouted the cheat codes in the games he had played back on Earth. Aya. Debug mode 1. Aya, 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 Aya. Down, left, right, A, B, select, start. Aya, Tulip. Aya, Turtle. Aya, Off-road. Aya, Rosebud. Aya, Power overwhelming. Aya, who's your daddy? William panted for breath as he finished shouting the cheat codes he was familiar with. A few minutes passed as an awkward silence enveloped the baby and the goat. Aya, so this game needs to be cleared first before I can play the NG Plus version? Fine. Challenge accepted, William thought as she gestured for his mama, Ella, to allow him to mount her back. With the map hovering in front of him, William navigated the cave with ease. He accidentally found a stairway that was headed downwards as he was clearing the undiscovered places in his map. Frankly, he was half tempted to proceed to the next floor, but William was a completionist by heart. After a brief struggle, he decided to fully map the first floor before he proceeded to the second floor of the Goblin Crypt. After an hour of walking around, they were finally able to clear 70% of the map. It was also at that moment when William saw two red dots in the space in front of them. Finally, William thought, time for round two. Aya, Mama, use quick attack. Me. Aya, sorry Mama, I got carried away. Ella laid down on the ground so that William could dismount. William crawled to the corner to hide. Ella immediately charged at the two goblins to engage them in battle. The baby was so focused on the scene in front of him that he didn't notice the red on the map that was slowly creeping up behind him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 15. Finding a suitable target. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 15. Finding a suitable target. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 15. Finding a suitable target. While William was watching the Angorian goat battle the two goblins, the wooden staff suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the view of the battle. What's wrong with this staff? William thought. As if on cue, the staff tapped the map on his screen which showed the red that was sneaking up behind him. William's body stiffened when he saw that the red was almost at his location. Out of panic, he grabbed the wooden staff with both hands. He then slowly turned his head to look behind him. Standing 4 meters away from him, a goblin holding 2 wooden clubs in its hands growled in anger. Aya, Mama! Just as the goblin was about to attack William, a white blur went past him and knocked the goblin flying in the opposite direction. Mia! Ella stood in front of William with the intent to protect him. The goblin who was knocked away slowly stood up because Ella's attack wasn't strong enough to kill it. The other 2 goblins that the goat had engaged earlier were mostly unharmed and were also headed in their direction. Aya, Mama, let's retreat. Mia! The Angorian goat unceremoniously bit the baby's clothes and ran away. While being carried to safety, William realized that he had been overconfident with his ability. He thought that with Ella's new gained abilities and his map, he would be invincible. I got too conceited, William thought. I forgot that this was a dungeon. Monsters can spawn anywhere at any time. Based on the games he had played in the past, random encounters like this were very common if you walked into a cave or in tall grasses. If not for the staff appearing to remind him that there was danger, William might have already been squashed like a pancake. When Ella finally lowered William to the ground, the baby was still deep in thought. Mia. Aya. Sorry, Mama. Mia. New estierize at in/vel/b/i/n.co. Aya. I will be more careful in the future. Mia. Aya. I promise. Mia. Ella nagged at William for 5 minutes before she finally relented. With this, the baby and the goat were in a dilemma. If they don't hunt for goblins, they would not be able to gain experience points. If they don't get experience points, they wouldn't be able to level up. After the incident, Ella was very reluctant to leave William's side. The baby understood his mama's worry, so he didn't say anything else. What should I do? William pondered. If only there is a place where monsters can't attack me. Wait, is there a safe zone in this dungeon? William opened the map and checked the places that they had unmasked. Unfortunately, there was nothing that looked like a safe zone in the places that they had visited. Wait, there might be another way. William's eyes widened when he remembered something very important. Their current progress was similar to a game. In every game novel that he had read, there existed a mighty existence that helped protagonists make their life easier. What is that mighty existence? It's none other than the Aya system. William immediately closed his eyes. He had a feeling that all he needed to do was call out for it, and it would appear. Within the darkness, something bright glittered in the distance. The baby immediately proceeded to that place and found the thing he was looking for. Hovering above 3 altars were the gifts that were given to him by the 3 gods before he left for the cycle of reincarnation. A chess piece, a CPU core, and a lollipop. Although William didn't know what the chess piece and the lollipop could do, he ignored them for now and went straight to touch the CPU core. The moment his hands touched the core, a dazzling light enveloped his sight. Ding! System has been activated. Preparing soul identification. Host has been identified. Now loading. Error. Host hasn't acquired the minimum requirement to open the system. System will shut down in 3, 2, 1. The light receded and the glow of the CPU core dimmed. William looked in dismay as he used the appraisal skill to check the requirement to activate Gavin's gift to him. CPU core. Activation requirement. Job level 10? Job level 10? William tilted his head. I'm currently at job level 2. I need 8 more to open the system. The baby opened its eyes and sighed. He indeed had a system, but he was unable to open it for the time being. I need to activate the system no matter what. William thought long and hard before coming to a decision. Aya, Mama Ella, let's go back for now. Me. William activated the ring and returned to the living room. Although their adventure ended prematurely, William didn't think that he hadn't gained anything from his exploration. For one thing, he gained a level. Second, he was able to understand more about the item that Gavin had given him. What William didn't know was that the 3 items that were floating in his sea of consciousness were not actually simple items, but divinities. These divinities could also be called God's essence, and they contained power that could affect the laws of the world. Of course, these divinities had certain restrictions as well. When the sun rose, William waited for Mordred and Anna to leave the room before conducting his experiment. He sat on the floor and summoned the wooden staff. The staff hovered a meter away from him, as if waiting for his orders. Aya, Magnum burst. The staff tapped the floor and a blast of air pushed Ella a few meters away from William. The carpets and the chair near him were blown away as well. William immediately opened Ella's status page to see if she was hurt, but her HP bar was still full. This meant that the skill didn't hurt her. Of course, he also thought of the possibility that the skill doesn't affect his allies. I need to find a suitable target, William thought. Aya, Mama, carry me. Mia. Aya, I want to go outside. Me. The goat laid down and allowed William to mount it. Just like what happened in the dungeon, William felt that he and Ella had become one. It was a surreal feeling. He even thought that even if he swayed his body side to side, he wouldn't fall off from her back even if he wanted to. As the two left the room, they were discovered by William's grandpa, James. Oh. James looked. Where are the 2 of you going? Aya, outside. Mia, I don't really understand. But make sure to not stray too far from the house, okay? Aya, okay. Mia. James watched in amusement as the goat and the baby left the house through the front door. That child reminds me of my childhood, James muttered. Just a year old and already out seeking for an adventure. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel Online, Read Online Free, Free Light Novel Online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 16. A storm is brewing. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 16. A storm is brewing. Previous chapter. Chapter 16. A storm is brewing. Aya. Magnum burst. A shower of leaves fell down on William's head as he tried his skill on a tree. The bark of the tree had no visible damage, but the effect of the AoE had activated. Magnum burst. 5 mana points. Deals AoE damage up to 3 square meters around the caster. Damage is dependent on the caster's strength. Knockback effect. So, this skill currently deals no damage because I don't have any strength? William frowned. But, it still has the knockback effect. William checked his stats and sighed. Strength. 0. Agility. 0. +1. Vitality. 1. +1. Intelligence. 14. +1. Dexterity. 0. Current EXP. 544/1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job EXP. 60/461. I need 822 more EXP before I gain another level to increase my stats, William mused. Killing 1 goblin gives me 60 points. In order to level up, I need to kill 14 goblins. Should I add my points to strength when I level up? After careful considerations, William decided that it was not a good idea. Even if he added his stats to strength, he would not be able to deal massive damage to the enemy. Adding the stat points to intelligence would be more ideal, because he could act as support to his Mama Ella. Magnum Burst is a good skill because it allows me to repel anyone that dares to target me. It will also give enough time for Mama Ella to come to my rescue. Although it doesn't deal damage right now, the knockback will be able to keep me safe. Aya, Mama, use Horn Assault. Mia. Ella's horns doubled in size and glowed bloody red. Full 0W current novels on n/v/3l/b in.co/m. The goblin was skewered and shrieked madly. Ella didn't stop after she impaled her target. Instead, she ran towards the wall of the dungeon with the intention of crushing the goblin to a pulp. Gained EXP points, 60. Current EXP, 604/1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job EXP, 120/461. Nice. William grinned when he saw the notification. Right now, he was multitasking. While checking the battle, he was also observing the map at the same time. His right hand was holding the wooden staff in preparation to protect himself if a random monster spawned beside him. He had already learned his lesson, and he wouldn't allow any mistakes to happen this time. He and his Mama Ella only had 1 life. It was best to be careful and take things slowly. Gained EXP points, 60. Gained EXP points, 60. Gained EXP points, 60. Gained EXP points, 60. After killing 13 more goblins, William finally gained a level in his stats and job level. Current EXP, 18/2010. Shepherd LVL 3. Job EXP, 439/880. Although he was tempted to add the stats to strength, he knew that now was not the right time to do it. He placed the 3 stat points he gained to int, and it made him feel a bit more confident. Strength, 0. Agility, 0, +1. Vitality, 1, +1. Intelligence, 17, +1. Dexterity, 0. After taking care of his stats, William placed all of his available skill points to wolves in sheep's clothing. He knew that this was the safest investment he could make because Ella was the one fighting for him. The stronger she became, the safer he would be. Wolf in sheep's clothing 7/10. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 7 points. Now, it's Mama Ella's turn. Strength 2. Agility 10. Vitality 4. Intelligence 2. Dexterity 2. Quick attack 2/5. 5 mana points. Charges at the enemy with incredible speed. The speed of this attack will depend on the agility stat x 3.5. Horn Assault 2/10. 5 mana points. Deals a powerful blow to the enemy. May cause the target to flinch. Damage is based on the strength stat x 2.5. With this, the first floor has been cleared. William clapped his hands happily. Time to go to the second floor and see what kind of adventure is waiting for us. Ella licked the baby's cheeks. Clearly, she was in a good mood. She could feel herself getting stronger. For her, it was a good thing. Her only concern was William's safety. As if reading her thoughts, William reached out to hug her neck. Aya, don't worry, Mama. I'll keep myself safe. Mia. Iowa. Let's go to the second floor. Mia. William sat on Ella's back with a smile on his face. The Angorian goat walked steadily as it descended, carrying her baby, to the second floor of the goblin crypt. 9 years passed swiftly, like the grains of sand inside an hourglass. For William, those 9 years were filled with close calls as he and Ella walked the thin line between life and death. Of course, he could choose not to use the Ring of Conquest and live a peaceful and stable lifestyle. However, he didn't choose that route. He didn't want to waste his youth doing nothing but eating and sleeping. His mentality in regards to his second life was largely due to the influence of the novels that he had read when he was still back on Earth. William knew that if he didn't grasp the opportunity to become stronger while he was young, he would regret it for the rest of his life. In a valley located near the outskirts of Lant, hundreds of Angorian goats and sheep were currently grazing in peace. Not far from them, a 10-year-old boy sat on top of a tree branch. He was keeping a lookout for any potential threats to the safety of his herd. The wind rustled his short red hair as he watched his herd with a smile. Among the hundreds of Angorian goats, his herd only consists of 50 individuals. The rest were managed by 5 other shepherds and apprentice shepherds like him who lived in the town of Lant. Will, a boy in his early teens, ran towards the tree where William was taking a rest. Your grandfather is looking for you. Gramps. William glanced at his friend, Theo, who was also the son of the most senior shepherd in Lant. Do you know why he is looking for me? William asked. No, Theo answered. But he doesn't look good. He seems to be very angry. William frowned. His grandfather was a very happy-go-lucky person. Very few things could make him angry. Theo had no reason to lie to him, so something must have happened to the old man while he was away from the estate. All right. William nodded his head. Can you keep watch over my herd while I'm away? If I'm not back before my shift ends, bring them back to our family pen. But I was supposed to play with the others this afternoon. I'll give you a slice of apple pie. 2 slices. Deal. William grinned. He then shouted at the herd who was grazing at the pasture. Mama, let's go home. Gramps is calling for us. Me. An Angorian goat who was 1.5 meters tall broke out from the herd and ran towards William. The boy jumped off the branch and landed nimbly on the back of his mama Ella. The two traveled back to their residence in haste. What William didn't know was that there was a storm brewing within the Ainsworth residence, and it was all because of him. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 17. Guests from Afar, Part 1. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 17. Guests from Afar, Part 1. Next chapter. Chapter 17. Guests from Afar, Part 1. As William and Ella neared their estate, they noticed a luxurious carriage in the distance. He had never seen a carriage like this in Lot, so he assumed that they were having guests from outside their border. Right beside the carriage was a 6-meter-tall creature. This beast had the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. It was very easy for William to identify this creature that came from myths and legends. A griffin, William muttered as Ella stopped in front of the beast to give it a better look. The Angorian goat raised her head and stared at the griffin. The griffin stared back. William could see the disdain in its proud and sharp eyes. It was as if the two of them were just mere insects passing through and not worthy of its attention. "Let's go, Mama," William said as he caressed Ella's neck. "It's just an overgrown burb." "Mia, it's not a bird, Mama. It's a burb." "Mia, a burb is what you call a bird that is having an identity crisis." The goat looked at the griffin one more time before nodding her head. She agreed with William that this creature was not a bird, but a burb. Since it was a burb, she didn't have to bother with trying to figure out why it had legs instead of talons. Clearly, this bird was having an identity crisis. The goat looked at the griffin with pity before walking towards their house. "Mia, I agree, Mama. This burb is truly pitiful." The griffin was a very intelligent creature. Naturally, it understood William and Ella's conversation, and it made it very angry. If not for the fact that it was tied to the carriage, it would have already trampled the two insects who dared to look at it with pitiful eyes. With a belly filled with anger, the griffin gave a deafening shriek. But William and Ella didn't even bother to give it a second glance. They were more curious about who their guest was. Since they rode such an amazing carriage pulled by a griffin, their identity would surely be not ordinary. "Grandpa, I'm back," William shouted as he opened the door. "Me." Ella also announced her arrival, which made those who were currently sitting at the living room look at them in surprise. There were 3 people who were seated at the couch, and 4 were standing behind them. The 3 were wearing elegant clothes, while the 4 men behind them were wearing light armors. James, Mordred, and Anna sat across from these guests. William noticed that his grandfather's expression was indeed not very good. He could feel the barely restrained anger that was threatening to explode at any moment. "William, please take a seat," Anna said with a smile. These guests came from the Duchy of Griffith. Anna's tone was polite, but William couldn't feel any semblance of respect in her voice. It was as if his aunt didn't treat these people as guests, but pests who came into their territory. Mordred cleared his throat and introduced the guests one by one. "This lady is the Duchess of Griffith, Lady Agatha," Mordred said with a smile. "And this lovely young girl here is her daughter, Lady Rebecca." He then shifted his gaze at the beautiful woman who was wearing an elegant light blue robe. Her cold features and chilling gaze would make anyone lower their heads in submission. "This lady is one of the elders of the Misty Sect, Lady Eleanor." Mordred grinned. "They came from far away just to see you, William." "Oh." William raised an eyebrow and appraised the guests one by one. The Duchess of Griffith had long light brown hair and green eyes. She could be considered a beauty, but the obvious displeasure on her face made William think of an old witch who was out to give little kids poisoned apples. Her daughter, Rebecca, on the other hand, made William's eye soften. Although he wasn't completely sure, he guessed that her age was almost the same as his. Her short light brown hair that barely reached her shoulders looked as smooth as silk. Find EU chapters on nve/lbi.com. She had the same light green eyes as her mother's, but compared to the old hag, her eyes were bright and clear. Her cute and adorable lips were poised in a smile that made her already beautiful face very charming. William sighed at the doll-like girl in front of him. He had no doubt in his mind that if he were a leprechaun, he would have already locked her up in his room and treated her like a pet. As for the cold beauty who was staring daggers at him, William didn't even spare her a second glance. Although she was beautiful, the boy could tell that she was the embodiment of bad news. "Good day to all of you," William greeted with a smile. "My name is William von Ainsworth, Will for short, and the most handsome 10-year-old boy in the Central Continent. I dare say that you won't find anyone more handsome than me." As for the other boys in the continent, William curled his lip in disdain. All of them can just fight for second place. After William's shameless declaration, the room suddenly became silent. Even the scowling old hag and the cold beauty looked at William with dumbfounded faces. This made the smirk on William's face widen. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this result. The silence was suddenly broken by a boisterous laughter that came from James. "Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson." James clapped his hands. The anger that he had been bottling up completely evaporated into thin air as his eyes turned into crescents. "Worthy of being an Ainsworth." William flipped his hair and flashed a dazzling smile. He also gave the little doll a "I know you like me" expression. Because he had just come from the pasture, William's clothes were dirty. His face was dusty and his red hair was a mess. Even so, his green eyes that were as clear as emeralds made the little doll, Rebecca, raise an eyebrow in acknowledgement. "This should be enough for a first impression," William mused. "If I'm not mistaken, this little lowly should be my fiancée." As expected of Gramps, he really did a good job. William found Rebecca to his liking and gave the young girl 2 thumbs up in his heart. The boy knew that, in a few more years, this little doll would grow up to be an outstanding beauty. Marrying someone like her wouldn't be a bad idea, as far as William was concerned. However, before he could even imagine his rose-colored future, the old hag opened her mouth and broke William's daydream. "Since you are already here, let us get right down to business," Agatha said in a mocking tone. "We came here to break the marriage agreement between my daughter and this unworthy boy who is covered in filth." Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josie, LGBT+, literature, magic, magical realism, martial arts, mature, mecha, military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 18, Guests from Afar, Part 2, Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 18, Guests from Afar, Part 2, previous chapter. Chapter 18, Guests from Afar, Part 2. How dare you? James erupted in anger. You dare call my grandson unworthy? Father, please calm down. Mordred held his father in a bear hug. He was afraid if the old man really went all out, the Duchess would have her neck ripped off from her body. The guards who were standing behind their employers drew their swords and stood between the two parties. Sorry, Lord Ainsworth, Agatha replied with a light bow. Although I had offended your family, I will not allow my daughter to marry your grandson. Even if it was decreed by my husband's father. Where is that bastard? James asked. Bring him here. I want him to explain the reason why he is backing out of our agreement. The old Duke had gone to explore the desert in the south, Agatha replied. I'm afraid that it would be impossible to get in touch with him at this point in time. James laughed in contempt. I see. So, you took the opportunity while he was away to break this engagement. In short, he is not aware of your actions, am I right, Lady Agatha? Yes, the old Duke is not aware of my actions, Agatha admitted. Her stance made it clear that she was not going to back down. She was hell-bent on breaking the marriage agreement while her husband's father was away from their duchy. Good, good, good. James glared at the woman in front of her. To think that a little baroness would act like this after marrying a duke. Truly disappointing. So, is your husband in agreement to this as well? My husband shares the same opinion. Agatha raised her chin. The current Duke of Griffith doesn't recognize this arranged marriage. If you want to talk to him, then feel free to come to the Dukedom of Griffith. We will be more than happy to give you our hospitality. Hospitality? James sneered. ASL*T like you, and that bastard better wash your necks. You want me to come to your duchy? Fine. I will bring the Red Plague along with me when I visit. I want to see just how the two of you are planning to give me your hospitality. Agatha and the cold beauty, Eleanor, from the Misty sect had a sudden change in their expression. They looked at the old man in shock because they knew that he was dead serious. What's wrong? James said in disdain. Scared? You think you and your husband have the authority to break this agreement? As for you, Eleanor of the Misty sect, it seems that you and those old hags in your ice mountain have a lot of free time. Do you also want me to give you a visit? I'm very curious. What kind of hospitality will you give this old man? Agatha's and Eleanor's expressions were very grim. Although the possibility of the Red Plague returning to their kingdom was low, they couldn't deny this possibility. Both of them couldn't afford to pay the consequence if the old man made his threat a reality. Gramps, calm down. William patted his grandfather's arm. You are being rude to our guests. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. You brat. I'm doing this for you. If there weren't other people around, James would have already grabbed the little prick and spanked his bum to oblivion. Don't worry, Gramps. I'll handle this, William said with a smile. Just calm down. I don't want you to get a heart attack. It's just not worth it. Aunt, can you bring Grandpa to his room? I'll take care of our guests for the time being. Anna eyed her nephew with appreciation and nodded her head. Father, let's go. I'm sure that William will be able to deal with these pests, our guests. James snorted and left the living room in a huff. Mordred sighed and motioned for his nephew to sit by his side. Seeing that the dangerous situation had died down, the four guards sheathed their weapons and stood behind their employers. All right, so you came here to break the marriage agreement. William nodded his head. Can you tell me why? Agatha looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. The way he acted was not that of a 10-year-old. Although she didn't feel like she was talking to an adult, she still thought that the one who was taking the lead in the conversation was not a child. Allow me to answer your question, Eleanor replied. Rebecca is a genius. A genius that is only born once every 200 years. As her master, I can't allow my disciple to marry a nobody. Ah, I see. William nodded his head. Perfectly understandable. Why you agree? Eleanor frowned. You agree that you are not worthy of my disciple? Hmm? You are mistaken. William shook his head. I understand your reason, but I don't agree with it. However, since you came here to break the marriage agreement due to this reason, you must surely have made sufficient preparations, right? Agatha was starting to feel that the filthy boy in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. His mannerisms and the way he acted made her feel that this marriage agreement wasn't a big deal to him. What do you mean made sufficient preparations? Agatha asked. What I mean is, have you prepared your compensation? William smiled. Since you are planning to break the marriage agreement, you should have brought a suitable compensation to make us agree to your demand, right? Mordred, who was listening to his nephew, had a calm expression on his face. However, deep inside, he was very alarmed. William had never acted like this in front of them before, and for a moment, he was unsure if the boy sitting next to him was his real nephew or not. I see. Agatha nodded her head. You want compensation, right? Very well. How much gold do you want? Gold? I'm not interested in gold, William replied. Do you think we are poor? Yes, Agatha thought. You are poor, Eleanor mused. Very poor, Rebecca smiled. Actually, we are very poor, Mordred sighed in his heart, but didn't say anything. He needed to act as if gold wasn't a big deal to him in order to support his nephew in the negotiations. My goodness, where is our manners? William placed his hand over his forehead as if he had completely forgotten something. Aunt Helen, please serve our guests some tea. Here, use these special leaves I picked on my way back home. William shamelessly picked the leaves and grasses that were stuck on his clothes one by one. He didn't even spare the leaves that had fallen on his head while he slept in the valley. As you wish, young master. Helen, the maid of the family, took the leaves with a smile. She then proceeded to the kitchen in order to brew the special tea for their guests. Don't worry, tea will be served shortly. William gave his guests a bright smile. I want to show all of you our hospitality. Mordred averted his gaze and gave a light cough. Although he was poor, he was not shameless enough to serve tea made from the wild grasses that the goats of Lant fed on in the valley. Agatha and Eleanor did their best to keep their disgust from appearing on their faces. They couldn't believe that William actually dared to serve them tea made from wild grass. This was a slap to their faces, and it made them seethe in anger. Rebecca, on the other hand, looked at William with amusement. She didn't really care about the marriage agreement and didn't think much of her fiancé. However, the more she looked at William, the more pleasing he became in her eyes. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 19, William's Compromise, Part 1. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 19. William's Compromise, Part 1. Next chapter. Chapter 19. William's Compromise, Part 1. Here you go, young master, Helen said as she served the tea in front of William. Thank you, Aunt Helen, William replied. I promised Theo that I'd give him 2 slices of apple pie. Please, hand it to him when he comes later to return our sheep. Understood. Helen nodded her head and left the living room. William picked up the teacup and took a quick sip before glancing at their guests. Well then, let's get down to business. William smiled. So, what kind of compensation did you prepare in order to bribe our family to break this engagement? Like I said earlier, we don't need gold. We're not poor. Agatha glanced at Eleanor before taking the initiative to start the discussion. Then what do you want? Agatha asked. Treasures, artifacts, William replied. As long as it has value, then I'll take it. Eleanor took a small box from her storage ring and showed it to William. In this world, rich and influential people were able to afford these magical artifacts who were able to store items in a separate dimension. According to William's knowledge, the maximum capacity of the best storage ring in the continent was only 2 square meters. Although it made things easier to carry things around, the space was quite limited. Eleanor opened the box and showed its contents to William. This is called the Pill of Growth, Eleanor explained. This is a very expensive pill that is worth 2,000 gold coins. If you agree to break this marriage agreement, I will give this to you. You want me to break the marriage agreement for a pill that is only worth 2,000 gold coins? William asked in a mocking tone. He then glanced at Rebecca and grinned. In your master's eyes, you are only worth 2,000 gold coins. Rebecca frowned, but didn't say anything. Seeing her reaction, Eleanor's face sank. Although the young genius had accepted her to be her master, the two of them hadn't started their apprenticeship. She was planning to take Rebecca to the Misty Sect to start her training, but postponed it when she discovered that she was engaged to a country bumpkin. As an elder of the prestigious sect, she wouldn't allow her disciple to have any kind of attachment to a nobody. Agatha and her husband shared her opinion. This was also why they took advantage of the old duke's absence. Both of them wanted to break the engagement that was made when Rebecca was only 2 years old. Of course, this is not the only thing that I am willing to give you, Eleanor said through gritted teeth. This is only one of the things that you will obtain if you agree to break the marriage agreement between the two families. Can I see that pill? William asked. Okay. A learner passed the box over so that William could take a closer look. The elder of the Misty Sect was confident that the boy was ignorant of such a treasure. What she didn't know was that William had the almighty appraisal skill at his beck and call. Pill of Growth. When consumed, this pill will permanently increase all stats by 1. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. William snorted and unceremoniously made a gesture for his Mama Ella to come closer. Mama, this is good stuff. William grinned. Mia, try it, Mama. William placed the pill inside Ella's mouth, which shocked Agatha, Eleanor, and the 4 guards behind them. The Angorian goat chewed the pill, and its eyes widened in surprise. Is it good? William asked. Mia, just so? Ella nodded her head in confirmation. Although the pill had raised all of her stats by 1, the taste was not satisfactory for her. Why you? What have you done? Eleanor couldn't believe her eyes. The boy actually fed the pill of growth to a goat. What a waste of resources. The 4 guards glared at William. They felt their heart ache because a pill of growth was worth 5,000 sect credits. They had to work for 2 years in order to get enough points to exchange for it at the Misty Sect. What's wrong? William asked back. It's just a cheap pill of growth. Don't worry, since I already used it, you can deduct it from the list of compensation items that you were planning to give me. Eleanor's chest heaved up and down in fury. The pill of growth was supposed to be her gift to Rebecca. In order to make the bastard boy agree to annul the marriage agreement, she decided to compromise and give it to him instead. However, seeing him treat her treasure like it was just a piece of candy angered her. Seeing Eleanor's expression, Agatha decided to intervene and picked a treasure from her own storage ring. Here, this is a magic staff, Agatha explained. Although you don't have an ounce of magical power, you can pass it to other people who are more talented than you. William ignored the ridicule in Agatha's words and took the magic staff from her hand. Bronze Staff of Learning. A staff suitable for apprentice magicians. Increases intelligence by 3. William frowned and returned the staff to Agatha. Sorry, I'm not interested in a cheap magic staff. Do you have something better? See cheap? This staff is worth 1,000 gold coins. Agatha almost whacked the boy's head using the staff in her hands. She couldn't believe that a mere shepherd dares to call it cheap. I'm not interested in low-quality items. William shrugged. Oh, they said that you are a genius. Are you a magician? Yes, Rebecca replied. Do you have a magic staff? I do. Show it to me. Rebecca pondered for a bit before reluctantly summoning her magic staff. Unlike the Bronze Staff of Learning, the staff in Rebecca's hand had a dark blue color. You could even call it a spear, but instead of a sharp blade, a big purple crystal in the shape of a rose adorned its tip. William's eyes sparkled because he could tell that the staff was way better compared to the bronze staff that he had appraised earlier. Can I touch it? Don't worry, I won't break it. William patted his chest. I just want to take a closer look at it. Very well, but you can only hold it for half a minute, Rebecca stated. This staff is worth 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins? It's that expensive? William held the staff in his hands to have it appraised. However, before he could even use the appraisal skill, a series of text appeared in front of him. Ding! Would you like to acquire the Ice Mage job class? Yes/no. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 20. William's Compromise, Part 2. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 20. William's Compromise, Part 2. Previous chapter. Chapter 20. William's Compromise, Part 2. William froze when he read the notification. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure and immediately chose yes as his answer. Time's up, Rebecca announced as she snatched the magic staff from William's hands. Your half a minute has passed. William was still in a daze. He hadn't heard Rebecca's words because he was busy inspecting the new job class that he had acquired. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Ice Mage job class. Ice Mage job class has been automatically added to the subclass category. Ice Mage, a magician that specializes in ice magic. Increase resistance against cold. Host has learned skill. Ice Bullet. FCK. I got a new job class just by holding a staff. William's heart was thumping wildly inside his chest. He had often wondered how he could acquire a subclass. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that acquiring a new job class was this easy. William's shocked expression made Agatha and Eleanor look at him in contempt. The two older women thought that the boy had been shocked due to how expensive the magic staff was. How ignorant, Agatha thought. Country bumpkin, Eleanor mused. Mordred, who was seated by William's side, frowned. He could see William's hands trembling and wondered if he should step in to save his nephew. Do you guys have other expensive items? William stuttered. It's the first time I held something so amazing in my life. If you are able to show me at least 5 items of the same quality, I will agree to annul this arranged marriage. Only show you? Agatha asked. You're not going to take it? I won't take it, William answered while keeping his excitement at bay. I just want to hold it just like I did with that staff. If we do this, will you really agree to cancel the marriage agreement? Eleanor inquired. This was the reason for their visit. If she could make the boy write a letter to renounce the agreement, then the old duke wouldn't be able to find anything amiss. Yes. However, it should be of the same quality or higher, William answered. I will not accept cheap items. Agatha and Eleanor exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. They retrieved the most expensive items from their storage rings and piled them in front of William. The boy looked at all the treasures in front of him, and his eyes sparkled in excitement. Ding! Would you like to acquire the Fire Mage job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Water Mage job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Earth Mage job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Wind Mage job class? The items that Eleanor presented were all magic staffs of the different elements. Since she was a sorceress, all her treasures belonged to the magic type category. William's breathing became heavier with each item he held in his hands. His eyes also became bloodshot, which made Eleanor very happy. She thought that the boy had finally realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. A frog that is trying to eat a swan? Eleanor laughed inside her head. See the difference between our social standing. It's time to wake up from your daydream, you country bumpkin. After William finished inspecting the magical weapons that came from Eleanor, he shifted his attention to the weapons that came from Agatha's collection. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Ding! Would you like to acquire the Swordsman job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Archer job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Spearman job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Monk job class? Ding! Would you like to acquire the Thief job class? William's body shuddered in ecstasy. His breathing had now become ragged, as if he was about to faint any time due to exhaustion. William, are you all right? Mordred asked. He was very worried about his nephew's current condition. I never felt better in my life, William replied hoarsely. He took a step back and almost collapsed on the couch. Fortunately, Mordred was paying close attention to him and was able to support his body on time. Are you satisfied? Agatha asked. Will you honor our agreement? Why, yes, William replied. He still hadn't recovered from the euphoria that he had felt earlier. I will agree to the cancellation of this marriage agreement. We need you to write a letter, and it must have your signature as well, Eleanor interjected. It's not that we don't trust you, but this thing must be properly recorded. Understood. William nodded and asked for paper and ink. He then wrote a letter saying that he didn't agree to the arranged marriage that was made between his gramps and Rebecca's grandfather. The reason he gave for the cancellation of the marriage agreement was due to Rebecca being not good enough for him. He stated that since he was the most handsome boy in the continent, It was only natural that he be paired up with a girl that had the beauty to topple nations. Also, he was not optimistic about Rebecca's growth in her chest area. William felt that the girl would only have a B cup when she reached adulthood. He even politely added that he could consider making Rebecca his concubine if his main wife agreed to accept her into his harem. When Agatha and Eleanor read William's letter, both of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. William had listed a series of complaints as to why Rebecca was not worthy to become his fiancée, and not the other way around. Agatha even had the impulse to rip the little bastard to shreds in order to eat his flesh and drink his blood. She had never felt so angered in her life, and it almost drove her crazy. "Since I have written the letter, then all of you should leave." William shooed the pests away. "Don't tell me you plan to stay to have dinner with us? Well, I guess we can spare you some porridge since the Ainsworth family has a big heart. I don't want any rumors flying around that we didn't treat our guests properly." Agatha dragged her daughter towards the front door because she was afraid that, if she stayed a second longer, she would hack the little bastard into pieces. Eleanor also left without saying anything, because she had never experienced humiliation like this in her life. She was the elder of the Misty sect and was treated with respect wherever she went. She cursed William in her heart and even decided to take revenge in the future. Rebecca hadn't seen the contents of the letter and obediently followed her mother back to the carriage. She thought that William was an interesting boy, but not worthy enough to become her fiancé. If Rebecca only knew what the interesting boy wrote in his letter, she might have summoned her staff and used it to beat the crap out of him until he shed tears of blood. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 21. Stormcaller. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 21. Stormcaller. Next chapter. Chapter 21. Stormcaller. Will, are you sure about your decision? James asked. He returned to the living room after their guests had left their residence. Although he was still feeling angry because of the cancellation of the marriage agreement, he had a feeling that his grandson was up to something. "Grandpa, do you think someone as handsome as me will have trouble finding a wife in the future?" William replied with a smile. "Besides, someone as great as me is destined to have many wives." Spoken like a true Ainsworth, James chuckled as he brushed the boy's head. "Indeed, I have no doubt in my mind that the ladies will line up to have a chance to become your wives. After all, when I was your age, every girl in the village wanted me to be their future husband." Anna did her best not to roll her eyes on the grandson and grandpa pair. She then turned her head to her husband and whispered in his ears, "I've always known that father was a narcissist. However, I didn't expect that William would also grow up to be one. Mordred sighed and sipped his tea. He had long known about this bad habit of his father's and had gotten used to it while growing up. It seemed that being a narcissist was embedded in their genes. H&P. That cell asterisk T and her bastard husband will regret this in the future. James snorted. I bet that old fool will have a heart attack once he hears that it was his family who broke the agreement. James glanced at William, who was happily eating a slice of apple pie. He still didn't understand why his grandson asked Agatha and Eleanor to show him rare weapons. Those weapons would usually cost over 1,000 gold coins if they were sold in a weapon shop. Will, what were you thinking when you asked them to show you those rare weapons? James asked. Anna and Mordred's ears perked up when they heard this question. Just like James, both of them were very curious as well. William smiled and opened his hand. A few seconds later, a small ice cube floated mere inches above his palm. Then, the ice cube disappeared and was replaced by a small flame. William's demonstration didn't end there. The fire disappeared and a small orb of water floated in its place. When the orb of water disappeared, a gentle breeze was felt inside the room. Lastly, a piece of rock hovered above William's palm and stayed there for a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. James, Mordred, and Anna gasped in shock. All of them couldn't believe what they saw. Their eyes landed on the boy, who had a smug look on his face, as if what he showed them was not a big deal. I have the ability to learn the powers of other professions as long as I am able to hold something that belongs to that profession, William explained. Of course, that doesn't mean that I can instantly become proficient in them. Just like any apprentice, I need to start from scratch in order to make use of these powers and make them my own. William wasn't lying. Although he had acquired several job classes, all of them were level 0. If he wanted to use them to their maximum potential, he needed to raise the corresponding job levels in order to unlock the specialized skills under his skill tree. Do you have an affinity with lightning? James stuttered. Affinity? No, I don't have any affinity with any element, William explained. However, if I hold an artifact or weapon that is related to a particular profession, it is very possible for me to learn that profession. James and Mordred glanced at each other before the older one left the room in a hurry. William, you shouldn't tell this to anyone, Mordred advised. You must keep this as a secret. Uncle, the only reason why I told everyone my ability is because everyone present here is a family member. William smiled. If I can't even trust my own family, then whom should I trust? William took a risk when he showed everyone his ability. However, he believed that all of them would keep it as a secret. He never had a family in his past life. As an orphan, he never understood what it was like to have a family. This was also why he decided to divulge his ability. He was willing to put his trust to the Ainsworth family. Although it was a reckless move on his part, he had a feeling that this was the right thing to do. Will, thank you for your trust. Mordred felt touched by his nephew's sincerity. Anna felt the same as her husband and looked at William with affection. She didn't say anything because she felt that there was no need to say anything. Trust was something that couldn't be expressed by words. Feelings alone should be enough. 5 minutes later, James returned to the room carrying a wooden box. The box had a very intricate design. There were symbols written on it in a language that William couldn't decipher. It was over 2 meters long and a foot wide. William assumed that the thing that was inside the box was a weapon. Seeing that his grandson's attention was focused on the box, James slowly opened its lid. A flash or purple light appeared as soon as the box was opened, and tendrils of purple lightning writhed in the air like little snakes. This is. William's eyes sparkled as he saw the weapon inside the box. Its name is Stormcaller, James said with reverence. It is the weapon of our great ancestor, Claude von Ainsworth. Stormcaller. William looked at the spear in wonder. The spear was at least 6 feet long. The black handle was laced with a streak of gold like a lightning bolt. The blade of the spear was of a purple color, and one look was enough to tell William that this was not an ordinary weapon. Go on, James urged. Hold it. James wanted to see if William would be able to harness the spear's power. He wanted to know if the prophecy of the Ainsworth family would come to pass in his generation. William gulped as he reached out his hand to hold the handle of the spear. Tendrils of lightning crawled into his hands, but it didn't hurt him. Instead, it gave William a ticklish feeling. Ding! System has detected a weapon that can unlock a prestige class. Find EU chapters on nve/lbi.com. Host hasn't met the necessary requirement to unlock this prestige class. In order to unlock this prestige class, host must first reach job level 40 in 2 job classes. Host is unable to acquire the prestige class. Disciple of Thunder. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 22. The Power of the Elements. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 22. The Power of the Elements. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 22. The Power of the Elements. Disciple of Thunder, William muttered. A prestige class? Is it different from the other job classes? I need to reach job level 40 on 2 separate job classes to unlock this job class. At first, William was confused, but it only lasted for a brief moment. His confusion was replaced with excitement as the hands that held Stormcaller trembled in excitement. When James heard William mutter the words, Disciple of Thunder, his heart skipped a beat. This was a secret that was passed down through their family lineage, and only those who held the bloodline of the Ainsworth family knew of Stormcaller's importance. How is it? James asked. His voice was shaking in fear and excitement. William took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. He then looked at his grandfather with sparkling eyes as if he found a wonderful toy. Those who are able to wield this spear will be able to gain a profession called Disciple of Thunder, William answered honestly. However, I am unable to learn this profession for the time being. For the time being? Mordred inquired. Meaning, you can learn it in the future? Yes, William admitted. At most, I need 2 to 3 years in order to reach the minimum requirements. Only 2 to 3 years? That's good. James clenched his fist as a big grin appeared on his face. Then, from now on, this spear is yours. Really? William gasped. Thank you, Grandpa. Ha ha ha. James patted William's shoulder. There's no need to thank me. However, there is something important that I must tell you. Please sit down. William obeyed and sat on the couch. James sat beside him and looked at his grandson with a complicated gaze. Let me tell you something about the power of elements, James said after organizing his thoughts. Power of elements? William asked. Yes. James nodded his head. You can ask me questions later. Let me finish my explanation first. William sat properly and stared at his grandpa with a serious expression. Seeing his grandson's countenance, James wasn't able to nod his head in approval. He then cleared his throat to begin his explanation. Among the power of the elements, the most common one is fire. James explained. Almost all magicians are able to wield this element. Even those who didn't have an affinity to the fire element can wield it to a certain extent. Of course, there are also magicians who can only use the element that they have an affinity with. Long story short, the most common element that a magician can use is fire. The second one is earth. Those who are able to use the earth element are sought after by many people. Why? Because it allows them to build things. James paused to allow William to understand his lecture. Castle walls, bridges, houses, and other structures can be made using the power of the earth. It is also a very stable element that is mostly used for defense. Among all the elements, earth is the sturdiest of them all. Then we have wind. This element is mostly used by the elves. You can even say that every elf was born with an affinity for the wind element. Of course, some of them were also blessed with life and light magic, but we will talk about that at a later time. Wind can be gentle as a breeze and be sharp as a blade. It allows those who wield it the power of flight. Of course, if you reach a certain level of expertise, you will also be able to fly freely in the sky. The next is water. Water is the element of life. Just like the air we breathe, we need it in order to live. This element can be as peaceful as a still lake or as violent as a tsunami. If you meet anyone with an affinity to water magic, you'd better treat them kindly. They are the most supportive friends and the most viscous of enemies. If you can't befriend them, make sure that you don't offend them. James chuckled. Your grandma is a sage that specializes in water magic. She's the most wonderful woman I have met in my life. James' lips trembled when he remembered his late wife. William could see the change in his grandpa's expression, so he held the old man's hands to give him his support. Don't worry. She's now in a better place and watching over us. James smiled, then continued his explanation. All the other existing elements in the world branch out from the four basic elements of fire, earth, wind, and water. Naturally, there are exceptions to this rule, which include space, time, light, and darkness magic. Ice magic is a branch of water magic. Some powers are made from the combination of two or more elements. However, among these, there is one special element that stands above all, and that is lightning magic. A magic that stands above all? William asked. Don't tell me. James smirked. Lightning magic was said to be the power wielded by heroes. Anyone who was able to learn this magic would be sought out by the powers in the continent and raised with the utmost care. Naturally, there are also factions who hate these so-called heroes, and among them is the demon race. After all, the first heroes were summoned in order to defeat the demon lords who terrorized the land more than a few thousand years ago. Of course, the most famous of them all was none other than our ancestor, Claude von Ainsworth. With Stormcaller in his hand, he called out the heavenly lightning to purify the land from the corruption of the demon race. Since then, the demons had gone above and beyond to assassinate anyone who wields the lightning element. So, you little brat, make sure to not use this power lightly. The moment this power was brought to light will be the same moment that your life will change forever. Remember this and remember it well. I understand. William nodded his head. Grandpa, I will not use this power lightly. Visit in Velben. CM for EU ovals. As long as you understand, then it's good. James patted the boy's head. The ring on your necklace is also a storage ring. You can store our family's heirloom inside it, but you have to promise me that you will keep it safe. I promise, Grandpa. William patted his chest. As long as I'm alive, no one will be able to touch our family's priceless treasure. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip. You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. action, adult, adventure, anime, comedy, drama, Eastern, ecchi, fanfiction, fantasy, game, gender bender, harem, hentai, historical, horror, isekai, josei, LGBT+, literature, magic, magical realism, martial arts, mature, mecha, military, modern life, movies, mystery, other, psychological, realistic fiction, reincarnation, romance, school life, sci-fi, seinen, shoujo, shoujo AI, shounen, shounen AI, slice of life, smut, sports, supernatural, system, tragedy, urban, urban life, video games, wuxia, xinxia, xuanhuan, yaoi, yuri, options, background, font family, font size, line height, full frame, yes no, no line break, yes no, novel, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 23, Troll Warrior with Steroids, reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 23, Troll Warrior with Steroids. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 23, Troll Warrior with Steroids. Ice Bullet. A concentrated ball of ice the size of a baseball ball flew towards the goblin warrior's head. The impact made it shriek in pain, but it was not enough to kill it. Two more ice bullets collided with the goblin's body before it died, turning into particles of light. Gained EXP points, 240. Current EXP, 4,320/91,207. Shepherd LVL 28. Current job EXP, 2,400/91,207. So this is what casting magic is like, William mused. Amazing. William was so excited to test out his newly acquired job classes that he went straight to his room along with his mama Ella to challenge the goblin crypt. After doing a few rounds of casting his ice bullet, the young boy finally got the hang of using his new ability. However, after the excitement faded, he discovered something problematic. How come my experience points in my Ice Mage class aren't increasing? What gives? William muttered. System, hello, can you help? What would the host like to know? Ah, it's about my Ice Mage subclass. It's not getting any experience points. Can you tell me why this is happening? After William increased his job level to 10, the requirement to activate the other functions of the CPU core became accessible to him. The AI was unlocked and was able to answer most of William's questions. Although the communication wasn't as lively as that of a living person, William was still happy because the system had done a good job in answering some of his questions for the past 9 years. Host, you will need to set how the experience points are distributed. Right now, the experience points setting is set to default. This means that all the job experience goes straight to your main class, which is Shepherd job class. I see. William nodded in understanding. How can I change the settings? Do you just need to tell me what kind of distribution you wanted for the two job classes? You have two options. The first option is to split the experience points equally, 50-50, to both Shepherd and Ice Mage job classes. The second option is to pool all your experience points in your subclass Ice Mage in order to increase its level at a faster rate. I understand. For now, pool all the experience points in my Ice Mage job class, William ordered. Order received. Experience point settings has been successfully changed. Thank you, system, William said with a smile. Although William thanked the system, he didn't get any reply from it. The system only responded to inquiries and commands, and William had already gotten used to its character. William was currently on the 7th floor of the Goblin Crypt. On this floor, Goblin Warriors, Goblin Marksmen, and Goblin Vanguards thrived. These three types of goblins were the stronger versions of the goblins that roamed the first 5 levels of the Goblin Crypt. A few years ago, William thought that he would be able to increase his level exponentially by going deeper into the dungeon. This was a mistake on his part because the deeper he explored, the fiercer the monsters became. Not only that, most of the goblins formed a pack of 5 to 6 individuals, which made hunting them harder. William was forced to return to the upper floors because it was too dangerous for him and Ella to fight at that level of difficulty. As the years went by, the two became better at fighting side by side. They were also able to memorize the fight patterns of the goblins, which made their hunt easier. It was only when William reached the age of 8 years old that they managed to reach the 9th floor of the dungeon. When he turned 9 years old, he managed to step on the 10th floor. However, William didn't dare to enter the gates of the boss room. He didn't know if he would be able to activate the ring inside the boss domain to escape if they discovered that the boss was too powerful for the two of them. William had the mindset that it was better to be over-leveled than under-leveled when fighting a boss monster. This was why he spent his days fighting on the 7th up to the 10th floor every time he dove into the dungeon. He also made a surprising discovery in regards to the passage of time inside the dungeon. A day inside the Goblin Crypt is equivalent to an hour in the outside world. Each day, William was only able to stay for 3 days inside the dungeon before he was forcefully thrown out by an unknown power. Because of this, William made it a point to maximize his exploration time and stayed in the dungeon for 3 days each time he activated the Ring of Conquest. After a day of exploration, William was able to raise his Ice Mage class to level 7. He also gained additional status points which made him very happy. Current EXP, 10,535/91,207. Ice Mage LVL 7. Current job EXP, 185/6,197. Among the skills that appeared in the Ice Mage skill tree, William chose 2 skills to prioritize first. One of them was mana regeneration, which increased the speed of mana recovery. William didn't bat an eye and raised the skill to its max level, which was level 10. Mana regeneration 10/10. Passive. Increases mana regeneration by 100%. The other skill William chose was Ice Armor. Ice Armor 10/10. 5 mana points. Surround yourself in a barrier of ice that reduces damage from melee and projectile attacks by 30%. Enemies within a 1-meter radius of the ice armor are applied with the chilled status. Chilled status decreases their movement and action speed by 30%. If ice armor gets in contact with enemies with the hydro status, there is a 60% chance for the inflicted part to become frozen. Upstatus from N0/V/LBN/co/M. Increase resistance against cold by 50%. Skill duration, 30 minutes. For William, safety was his primary goal. If there is a skill that would increase his chances of survival, he would prioritize it instead of a powerful offensive skill. With the ice armor, Ella became a force to reckon with. As the years went by, Ella also grew stronger alongside her baby William. Ella had reached level 28 as an Angorian goat. As a common goat, her base stats were quite low and was only a match for a single goblin warrior. Strength, 20. Agility, 48. Vitality, 12. Intelligence, 12. Dexterity, 7. However, her pitiful stats had received an unprecedented power-up due to William's 4 skills, namely Bestow, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Leader of the Herd, and Way of the Shepherd. The Bestow skill gives Ella plus 10 to all stats. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing gives the herd under William's control an additional plus 10 to all stats. Leader of the Herd is similar to the Bestow skill. Once William appointed someone as the leader of his herd, the target gains an additional plus 10 to all stats. But that is not all. The Way of the Shepherd gives another 20% increase to the stats of all the herd under William's control, which made Ella a beast that could trample a dozen goblins with ease. Her final stats with all of William's skills applied to her were Strength, 20, plus 40, Agility, 48, plus 46, Vitality, 12, plus 38, Intelligence, 12, plus 38, Dexterity, 7, plus 37. Ella's boosted stats made her as powerful as a troll warrior with steroids. Simply put, she was a goat that could hit as hard as a wrecking ball. She was a cheat born from William's desire to get stronger. You can even say that William had done everything in his power to ensure that his mama Ella wouldn't get hurt during their battles. With the addition of the ice armor, William could simply drink tea and eat apple pies, while his mama Ella cleared floor 7 up to floor 10 with ease. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 24. First boss fight. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 24. First boss fight. Previous chapter. Chapter 24. First boss fight. We've come a long way, Mama, William said as he stared at the bronze gate in front of him. Mia, we have done everything in our power to prepare for this day. It's time to take that final step to the unknown. Mia. William and Ella were currently standing at the gates of the boss room located on the 10th floor. After increasing his job level to level 8, he decided that it was finally time to experience his first boss fight. After careful consideration, he chose to put his remaining skill point to the skill Ice Wall. Ice Wall 1/5 creates a wall of ice at a target location. Ice Wall is 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Ice Wall has a thickness of 1 meter. Skill duration, 25 seconds. Current EXP, 4,320/91,207. Ice Mage LVL7. Current job EXP, 185/6,197. Yosh, let's do this. William gripped his staff tightly and used his other hand to push the bronze gate open. The first thing that William saw when he opened the gates was a spacious area. It was similar to the Colosseum in Rome, where the gladiators fought against each other. Flaming torches lined up the side of the boss room, casting an eerie glow around the battlefield. After William and Ella took a few steps inside the room, the gate shut close behind them. William had already anticipated this scenario, so he wasn't too bothered. Immediately, he buffed up his mama Ella to ensure that she would be able to handle anything that was thrown at her. Bestow. Leader of the herd. Ice armor. Steel armament. Mia. Ella pawed the ground and prepared herself to battle. She stood 1.5 meters tall and her horns glowed bloody red. William stood at the edge of the arena. He also readied himself for the appearance of the boss. A ferocious growl reverberated inside the room as a 2-meter-tall goblin jumped off a platform at the back of the Colosseum. It was covered in leather armor and equipped with a sword and shield. William used his appraisal skill to identify their foe. Hobgoblin leader. After countless evolutions, the goblin race has finally given birth to a leader. The hobgoblin is born from the goblin race's desire to grow stronger. A hobgoblin leader is born to lead the hobgoblins to battle. William had often wondered why his appraisal skill doesn't work the same way as those in the novels. Usually, when one used the appraisal skill, they would be able to see the complete stats of the people and the monsters around them. He had tested his appraisal skill numerous times in the past, but there had been no improvement since then. The only stats he could see were his own and Ella's. After reading the description of the hobgoblin leader, William narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the hobgoblin in front of him. After the hobgoblin let loose another mighty roar, 4 goblin warriors and 2 goblin marksmen appeared on the battlefield. "Mama, take care of the hobgoblin leader. I'll handle the rest," William ordered. Ella stomped her foot and charged forward. She used her quick attack skill and rammed herself at the hobgoblin. As if expecting her assault, the hobgoblin raised its shield and blocked her attack. However, Ella's attack was strong enough to push it back a few meters from where it stood. The hobgoblin roared and gave its order to its subordinates. Instead of ganging up on Ella, the subordinates charged at William. The 2 goblin marksmen released their arrows, while the 4 goblin warriors closed the gap between them and their target. Ice wall. A pillar of ice appeared in front of William, which immediately neutralized the 2 arrows. During that brief exchange, the goblin warriors managed to close the distance by 10 meters. William was currently multitasking. He was looking at his map while observing his surroundings. The goblin warriors split up and attacked William on his left and right sides. Their swords were poised to strike, but William had long been ready to intercept them. Ice wall. Magnum burst. William placed an ice wall at his left and slammed his staff at his right. The 2 goblin warriors got knocked back due to the impact and suffered minor injuries. The L-shaped ice wall offered enough protection for William to defend on one side without worrying about getting a sneak attack from behind. Although he was not as strong as Ella, he had gained enough battle experience to face these lower-tiered goblins in melee combat. As long as he wasn't facing a hobgoblin, William was confident that he could hold his ground until Ella had finished dealing with the hobgoblin leader. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. William's spittle flew in the air as he fired a barrage of ice bullets at his enemies. Damn, I better learn instant cast or chantless cast soon, William thought. Saying the spell consecutively is harder than I thought it would be. Shrieks filled with pain and anger echoed inside the boss room as the goblins became enraged. They made a wild charge towards William, not caring whether they lived or died. William gripped his staff and swung it forward. Magnum burst. The goblins flew in the air with blood spilling from their mouths. William fired another barrage of ice bullets, which turned the goblins into particles of light. Last 2. William grinned as he removed the ice wall in front of him. The 2 goblin archers had chosen to support the hobgoblin leader after their failed attempt to snipe William. Ella dodged their arrows with ease because she had already experienced it countless times before. She was used to fighting against a group of monsters, and her battle instincts had been polished to near perfection. Since the 2 goblins' attention was focused on Ella, they didn't notice 2 ice bullets flying in their direction. Only when the spell had slammed into their faces did they realize that there was still one more enemy in the room. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. Naturally, William didn't give them any chance to recover and fired 4 more ice bullets to end their lives. After dealing with the small fries, William gazed at the 2 combatants that were duking it out at the corner of the Colosseum. The hobgoblin leader's shield had already been broken to pieces, and its body was already dyed in blood. With one final charge, Ella used her horn assault and successfully pierced through the stomach of the hobgoblin leader. She didn't stop her charge and used her signature move, Wall Slam, to end the battle. The hobgoblin's lifeless hand fell to its side and turned into particles of light. The battle had ended and the boss room was bathed in white light. EXP gained, 12,000. Current EXP, 16,320/91,207. Ice Mage LVL 8. Current job EXP, 5,988/7,615. After the light receded, a bronze treasure chest appeared at the center of the arena. William ignored it and ran straight towards his mama Ella to check if she was injured during the battle. Both of them gained a level after their first boss fight, but for them, that wasn't too important. What was important was that both of them were safe. Ella bleated proudly as if to announce that it was an easy win for her. William smiled and lovingly hugged his mama Ella's neck. Thank God you're safe, mama. The goat closed its eyes and rested its chin on William's shoulder. William caressed Ella's back while casting first aid 5 times. Ella had received a few minor bruises during her clash with the hobgoblin, and those same bruises disappeared after William used first aid on her. 5 minutes later, William and Ella stood in front of the bronze treasure chest. "I wonder what's inside. I hope it's gold." William grinned as he opened the lid. William and Ella peeked inside the chest to see what was inside. Lying at the bottom of the chest was a pair of boots. "What a coincidence. I need a new pair of boots." William grinned as he picked up the boots from the chest. This came at the right time. "Now, let me use my appraisal skill. Windborne boots. Wear light on your feet. Go strong in your life. Agility +3. Very nice." William was pleasantly surprised when he found out that the boots were enchanted. For him, every single stat matters. He had received similar equipment from the chests that littered the lower floors. However, a chest appearing in the lower floors was a very rare event. In the past 9 years, he had only found 3 chests, and those 3 chests provided him with 3 accessories that he had worn to this day. Ring of the Goblin Warrior, STR +2. Ring of the Goblin Vanguard, VIT +2. Amulet of the Wise, INT +2. Now, with the addition of the Windborne boots, William had 4 enchanted items that increased his stats. "Let's go back, Mama," William said after replacing his old boots with the Windborne boots. The boy felt very happy, and the anxiety in his heart finally disappeared. The boss fight went better than he expected. He also praised himself for not rushing to challenge the boss a year ago. Although the possibility of winning against the boss existed, the chances of getting injured was greater. Only 2 hours had passed in the real world when William and Ella reappeared in the boy's bedroom. Instead of lying in his bed, William laid on the carpet and hugged his mama Ella to sleep. He had long gotten used to sleeping in her embrace. The Angorian goat felt the same as him. She had long regarded William as her own child. Soon, the two of them fell asleep. Unknown to William, James sat cross-legged just outside his door. The moment the two of them disappeared from the bedroom, James had felt the fluctuations in the air. He hurriedly went inside William's bedroom to check on him and found no one. With a look of understanding, James left the room and sat in vigil outside his grandson's door. He didn't stir even when he felt William's and Ella's presence return inside the room. Only when the two were sound asleep did he go back to his own room to rest. Previous chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 25. Wolf Tide, Part 1. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 25. Wolf Tide, Part 1. Chapter 25. Wolf Tide, Part 1. William sat on Ella's back as he led the goats towards the pasture in the valley. He was currently pondering the path that he wanted to take in the future. After experiencing the power of having two job classes, the boy wanted to do an experiment and change his subclass. For some reason, he was unable to change his main job class. According to the system, the first job class that he learned would be his permanent main class till the end of time, meaning he couldn't swap the shepherd job class for any other classes. Although he was disappointed, William thought that having the shepherd job class was also good. After all, if not for having acquired it at the crucial moment, he would be already on his way to his second reincarnation. Still, now I understand how hard it is to have multiple job classes, William thought. It takes time to level up a job class to reach level 40. According to the system, the prestige classes would only be unlocked once William managed to reach level 40 on two job classes. What did this mean? It meant that for the archer class to change professions to a hunter, ranger, scout, tracker, or any of its advanced job classes, it first needed to reach job level 40. It took William 9 years to upgrade his shepherd job class to level 28. Of course, the slow leveling process was due to him being cautious. Low-tiered monsters didn't give much experience points, so his level advancement was limited. Even so, William didn't regret his decision to accumulate enough stats and skills before challenging his first boss fight. In most games, it was better to be over-leveled than under-leveled when fighting boss monsters. William didn't want to regret anything, because if ever that time came, it would be too late for regrets. Currently, his Ice Mage's job level was 8. The skills he currently had were Mana Regeneration, Ice Armor, and Ice Wall. He had just fought the Hobgoblin leader a few hours ago. The 11th floor was uncharted territory for them, and William didn't know what kind of goblins he would be facing when he stepped on that floor with his mama Ella. "I'll find out tonight," William muttered as he gazed at the valley in front of him. "Oi, William," Theo shouted from a distance. "What took you so long?" "I woke up a bit late," William shouted back. He then dismounted from Ella and hugged her neck. "Mama, I'll leave the herd in your care." "Mia," Ella bleated, and the rest of the goats behind her arranged themselves in 3 rows. She then led them to the area that was assigned to their herd. William walked up to where the other shepherds were resting and sat beside Theo. In the town of Lant, there were 6 senior shepherds and 5 apprentices. Theo's father, Marcus, was the most senior among the shepherds. Theo and William were both apprentices and didn't have many duties aside from tending their own goats and sheep. Since both of them were almost of the same age, the two got along really well. A screech echoed in the distance, and one of the senior shepherds looked up with a smile. In the air, a hawk circled the valley as its eyes scanned its surroundings looking for any danger that could harm the herd. The hawk had a wingspan of over 3 meters. It was the animal companion of John, one of the senior shepherds of Lant. Its name was Blitz. "The coast is clear. I guess this will be another peaceful day in the valley," John said with a smile. "Peace is always a good thing," Marcus replied as he gazed in the distance. A wild boar was lying beside him. This was Marcus' animal companion, and its name was Thunder. "True," John admitted. He then looked at the kids who were lazing around under the shade of trees. When his gaze landed on William, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Marcus followed John's gaze. As his gaze fell upon the boy who was laughing with his son, a smile appeared on his face. "Well, well, well?" Marcus raised an eyebrow. "It seems that another troublemaker will be appearing after a few years." "Indeed." John nodded. "The Ainsworth family never fails to amaze me. I guess things are not going to be peaceful for long." Both of them exchanged a knowing glance with each other before returning to their duties. A few hours passed as the sun reached its zenith. All the shepherds gathered under the shade of the biggest tree in the valley to have their lunch. The apprentice shepherds sat together in their usual spot and shared stories of their recent adventures. William listened to his friends with a smile on his face. Theo and the others were bragging about their recent shenanigans. Their stories were filled with exaggeration, as if they were heroes battling against dragons in order to seize the treasures in their lairs. William was half tempted to tell them of his own adventures inside the goblin crypt. However, the boy knew that if he actually did that, no one would believe him. Suddenly, a shrill shriek broke the happy atmosphere in the valley. John, Marcus, and the other senior shepherds immediately stood up. Their expressions became very serious, which was a very rare thing to see. Blitz let out another shriek, and this time, it sounded very urgent. "Dire wolves. And there are hundreds of them," John reported. We need to evacuate now. New SDRIs at in/vel/b/i/n.co. Marcus did two things after John reported the current situation. The first thing he did was to throw a black ball towards the sky. The black ball exploded and two black intersecting swords appeared in the sky above the valley. The second thing he did was to take out a small steel whistle. He blew on it, which caused the grazing herds to raise their heads in attention. Thunder! Round them up, Marcus ordered. The wild boar grunted and ran towards the sheep and goats in the distance. It gave a long and shrill squeal. As if hearing a royal decree, the sheep trotted towards their direction in haste. Ava, get the kids back to the village, Marcus ordered. The rest will bring up the rear. Ava, the only lady among the senior shepherds, immediately issued her orders. Theo, William, and the rest of you brats, come with me. But what about our herds? Theo asked. What's going on? A wolf tide is upon us, Ava explained. We need to hurry. We don't have much time. Mama Ella, William shouted. We are going back to the town. Call the herd back. Mia, Ella bleated, and the herd under her command ran alongside her. Theo and the other apprentices looked at this scene with amazement. Even Ava was surprised at William's mastery over his herd. William didn't stand idly and ran towards Ella. He immediately mounted her back, and both of them stood at the rear of their wards. Ava snapped out of her daze and ordered the kids to run as fast as they could. A sea of white goats and sheep started to retreat in an orderly manner. The senior shepherds had grim faces as they listened to the shrieks of the hawk that circled the sky. My God, to think that we would be in the way of a beast tide. John, there are even 2 centennial beasts and 1 millennial beast leading the wolf pack. A/N. Aside from levels, there will be instances where monsters will be labeled as centennial, millennial, and myriad beasts in the story. As the name suggests, these beasts are as strong as 100 men, 1,000 men, and 10,000 men. Don't worry, I've already sent the signal, Marcus replied. Even if the herds are lost, we must ensure that the kids return safely to the town. Everyone, none of you are allowed to kick the bucket. Do I make myself clear? Old Marcus, the only one who will be kicking the bucket is you. It's been a while since something this exciting happened in Lot. Why don't we have a competition? Same old rules. Of course. You bastards better not step out of line, Marcus snapped. I know those thousands of dire wolves and their alphas doesn't mean sh*t. But the centennial and the millennial beasts are no pushovers. You can start your rampage when the kids have safely reached Lot. Until then, all of you will hold the rear. The other senior shepherds replied grumpily. Although they were confident that they could easily handle the small fries, the centennial and millennial beasts were a pain in the butt. In truth, none of them were confident that they would be able to survive this battle. They were merely boosting each other's morale so that they could buy enough time for the children to escape. In order to deal with the wolf tide, they needed more people. If the others from the village would arrive on time, then they would be able to survive this disaster. William kept gazing behind him. Since he was safely mounted on Ella's back, he was sure that his safety was assured. However, Ava, Theo, and the other shepherds were running on foot. William decided to stay with them and help if the need arose. A long shriek reverberated in the valley as Blitz dodged a lightning bolt that was shot in its direction. The hawk uttered a shriek of defiance as its mighty figure hovered in the air. William shifted his attention back to the valley. With the eagle-eye skill, his vision was able to see farther than the average person. It was then when he saw a black tide appear at the east end of the valley. The speed of the raging tide was quite fast, and William knew that it was only a matter of time before it overtook them. William saw thousands of 2-meter-tall dire wolves, with black fur and bloodshot eyes running towards their direction. Theo and the other kids' faces went pale at the sight of the approaching tide of death. Their legs suddenly sprang to life as they ran for their lives. Hold the rear, Marcus ordered. He was mounted on top of the wild boar, Thunder, as he issued orders one after the other. Our priority is to reach the town. None of you bastards are allowed to die before then. John summoned a black bow from his storage ring and jumped high up to the air. The hawk grew in size until its wingspan reached 6 meters. John pulled the string and fired a barrage of arrows at the incoming wolf tide. Blood blossomed in the air as John hit his targets. It was then that another lightning bolt was shot in his direction. Blitz immediately did a nosedive in order to avoid the long-distance magic fired by the thousand-man beast. The other senior shepherds summoned their weapons as they prepared to protect the herd. All of them were trying to buy as much time as possible until their reinforcements arrived. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read online free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Girls love. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 26. Wolf Tide Part 2. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 26. Wolf Tide Part 2. Next chapter. Chapter 26. Wolf Tide Part 2. T. Marcus cursed out loud as more than 100 wolves streaked past him. He knew that it was impossible for 5 men to hold back the unstoppable wolf tide on their own. John was holding his ground against the thousand-year beast and keeping all its attention on him. The rest of the senior shepherds were mauling the wolves with their weapons as corpses piled around them. Just like Marcus, they were doing their best in order to survive the onslaught. Seeing that they were losing their ground, Marcus charged towards his comrades in order to save them. Thunder snorted as its body grew in size. The wolves that stood in its way were impaled by its sharp tusks and were carried along with its charge. Standing 4 meters tall, the wild boar easily reached the other shepherds and allowed them to mount its back. It then made a hasty retreat in order to regroup with the children who were about to be overtaken by the wolf tide. Ice armor. 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 A shroud of blue mist surrounded William, Ella, Ava, Theo, and the rest of the children. William could see the wolves closing in on them and decided to prepare for the inevitable battle. Ava summoned 2 short swords and prepared to stand her ground. Wind blades circled around her as she floated in the air. "I'll buy you kids some time," Ava announced. "William, I leave the rest to you." "I'll do my best." William nodded his head. "Don't die, Aunt Ava." "Silly boy, these are just wolf pups. How can they possibly kill me?" "Stop dawdling and go," Ava ordered. The kids nodded their heads and made a wild dash towards the forest. This was the last hurdle they had to pass before they reached the main road leading towards the town of Lant. Ava knew that it would be a miracle if the kids could escape the forest unharmed. Gripping her weapons, she increased the number of wind blades around her. She would buy as much time as she could. As for whether the kids would survive or not, she could only pray to the gods for their mercy. William also knew that it would be impossible for them to escape the forest with their speed. Out of desperation, an idea suddenly popped inside the boy's head. "Theo, take the others and climb that tree," William ordered. Make sure to go as high as you can and don't make any sound. The kids were surprised at first, but they were not stupid. They understood what William was trying to tell them and ran towards the tall tree in the distance. What about you? Theo asked. Don't tell me you are going to face those wolves alone? You're not their match. I know, but if we don't do something, all of us will die here. William replied with a serious expression. Don't worry. I'm too young and too handsome to die. These wolves will not be able to hurt me. Besides, my mama is here to protect me. Mia, Ella bleated. She had a determined look on her face as her horns started to glow bloody red. Fine, please, be careful. Theo knew that William was right. This was a moment of life and death, and if they hesitated, all of them were going to die. William watched as his friends climbed the tallest tree in the forest. He didn't know if wolves could climb, but he was sure that they would be more attracted to the plump sheep than the four scrawny human brats. Name: William Von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Hit points: 1950/1950. Mana: 1280/1350. Job class: Shepherd, LVL 28. Subclass: Ice Mage, LVL 8. Strength: 20, +2. Agility: 30. Vitality: 20, +2. Intelligence: 54, +2. Dexterity: 10, +20. William looked at his pitiful stats and took a deep breath. System, I need your help, William said, waiting for the host's order. Is it possible to use Mass Bestow on the herd under my command? It is possible. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. Creating special skill. Host has learned skill. Mass Bestow. Mass Bestow. 500 mana points. Increase the stats of all creatures assigned to your herd by 10. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration: 2 hours. Mass Bestow. William used the skill without batting an eye. He watched as his mana points decreased dramatically. The 50 goats that were part of his herd glowed as their stats were increased. William sighed as he looked at the pitiful mana points that remained in his mana pool. Mana regeneration. I'm counting on you. Due to William's low intelligence stat, his mana regeneration only increased by 1 every 2 seconds. 1 mana every 2 seconds might seem fast, but during crucial moments, it would not be enough to turn the tide of battle. William observed the goats under his command and checked their stats. Thanks to the Mass Bestow, Way of the Shepherd, and Wolf in sheep's clothing, the Angorian goats were now slightly stronger than the average dire wolf. Race: Angorian goat. Hit points: 580/580. Mana: 260/260. Strength: 2, +24. Agility: 3, +25. Vitality: 4, +25. Intelligence: 2, +24. Dexterity: 2, +24. William knew that his meager army was not enough to contend with the hundreds of dire wolves that were about to descend upon them. He also felt pain knowing that, with the exception of Ella, his entire herd would be wiped out. Even so, he gritted his teeth as he ordered the goats to run towards the retreating sheep in the distance. Soon, the ground trembled as hundreds of wolves entered the forest. Their ferocious howls made the hairs on William's neck stand on end. His breathing became ragged as his senses sharpened. Battle formation, William ordered, and the Angorian goats stood in AV formation. He had dismounted from Ella long ago and climbed a tall tree not far from them. He knew that keeping her with him would only hinder her from going all out. Although it was a risky move, he believed that this was the best course of action that they could take. All the goats lowered their heads as their horns pointed outwards. Ella's majestic form stood in front of them like a general leading her men to battle. A few seconds later, the dire wolves came into view. Their ferocious appearance, coupled by their viscous teeth, made William shudder. If not for his hands firmly holding the tree bark, he might have already fallen from the tree due to the shock. "Mama, please, be safe," William prayed. He didn't believe in gods before, but after meeting Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David, his outlook changed completely. The raging wolf tide charged towards the 51 goats with bloodshot eyes. They had traveled for many miles in search of food. Although they had caught some prey along the way, it was not enough to feed thousands of them. The goats in front of them looked very plump, especially the goat with red horns on its head. Like the crazed beasts that they were, they lunged at the goat herd with fervor. Ella gave the signal, and the goats under her command charged forward. A collision of teeth, horns, and claws marked the start of a battle between the hunter and their prey. Blood sprayed in the air as both wolves and goats started to slaughter each other. In that initial clash, 10 goats died in battle, while 60 dire wolves were impaled to death. EXP gained 18,000. William saw the notification and felt bitterness. If this was a regular situation, he might have danced in happiness due to the massive experience points that he had gained. However, watching the goats that he had personally raised and cared for die in front of him in exchange for experience points made his heart ache. His tears fell like raindrops, but they couldn't be compared to the river of blood that was currently dyeing the ground red. He had prepared himself for the sacrifices, but his heart still bled at the reality that had presented itself in front of his eyes. Next chapter. Report chapter. Comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please enable JavaScript to view the comments powered by Discuss. Novelbin Red Light Novel, Web Novel, Korean Novel, and Chinese Novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel, and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, Red Light Novel online, Read Online Free, Free Light Novel online. Contact, TOS, Sitemap, Donate. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Store. Genre. Action. Adult. Adventure. Anime. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Ecchi. Fanfiction. Fantasy. Game. Gender bender. Harem. Hentai. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. LGBT+. Literature. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Movies. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Realistic fiction. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo AI. Shounen. Shounen AI. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Tragedy. Urban. Urban life. Video games. Wuxia. Xinxia. Xuanhuan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes, no. No line break. Yes, no. Novel. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 27. Wolf Tide, Part 3. Reincarnated with the strongest system. Chapter 27. Wolf Tide, Part 3. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 27. Wolf Tide, Part 3. Ella charged in fury as it knocked off the dire wolf that was about to sink its fangs on one of her subordinates. Only 2 minutes had passed since the battle started, and there were only 18 goats remaining in their formation. Taking the lead, Ella led the other goats in a mad charge that cut through the wolves with a vengeance. Their target was the 3-meter-tall gray wolf that stood at the center of the pack. The alpha wolf growled and rallied the wolves to clash with the approaching goats. The clash was brutal as 5 more goats lost their lives in exchange for the death of the alpha wolf. This was the 3rd alpha wolf that Ella had killed. Each alpha wolf commanded 40 to 50 dire wolves each. In order to destroy their chain of command, Ella decided to make these wolves her priority. Her white coat had long been painted with blood. William didn't know whether the blood came from the wolves or Ella's body. All he knew was that his mama had now fallen into a berserk state. Perhaps it was due to the smell of blood in the air, or the death of her subordinates, but the leader of the herd was now out for blood. Even the dire wolves who had initially thought that they had found prey avoided her like a plague. After losing the alpha wolves, the wolves' formation was in disarray. They no longer wanted to fight the crazed goat and her minions.